Hey guys, hate that my heater is so loud, but it is what it
Really
is.
should. I mean, if you're
Gonna do a bunch of VOD reviews today. So as always, just like to start out the raids with a bit of comms. I know Race to Gore is extremely boring, so gonna do like the first 2 minutes, skip through the trash, do Race to Gore, and then we'll set up for Veil. So yeah, we'll just let this play for a minute or two, or probably about 5 minutes of you know uninterrupted gameplay, and then we'll chat about things. So yeah, we'll get things. Oh, we gotta change this. There we go. Okay, here we go.
you're going for your parse, you got to do it before, right?
Fuck yeah, let's go.
So yeah, melee should.
No, doesn't boom as a pussy.
Melee should for starting with Razor Yor, and I mean, mana users, I would wait until after Veil unless you just want to be ballsy and risk it and go for a good parse and
Fuck it,
know that it could be ruined at Veil if you get the bump. So that one's up to you. Healers, I would just wait until after Veil because I mean, it doesn't really matter for you.
Who gave me a free Juju by accident?
And the one thing we need to do this time that we, and if we need to.
So we have 4 paladins. Hopefully they know their buffs. I mean, things should be basically assigned on Discord, right? On the sheet.
Yep, I'm back on Square, of course.
Yep, so we have Viral on Square, Valoric on Moon, Mano on Triangle.
Self-check.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so
And
as Jack was
then-
saying, AR is kind of useless on Veil, so Rogues feel free to pop it first boss.
Oh yeah, good call. And then Zyron as Druid is going to be the only Druid, so you have to sleep on that one Wormkin trash bag.
Are we waiting for CDs between this boss and Veil?
2 minutes.
Has everyone been summoning inside now?
We're waiting
Yes.
between Razor and Veil.
Just for potion
cooldown.
cooldown to come up, and then that's it.
Okay. So don't Death Wish Razor.
Yeah, so we're, for Warriors, we're Death Wishing on Veil, we're Death Wishing on Broodlord, we're Death Wishing on Firemaw, we're Death Wishing on Ebonrock, I think, yeah. Chromeg, and then F.
Confirmed, yep.
That's fine.
And
Roger.
Firemaw, we're doing a fast kill, so we're killing it, 30 seconds, so you're not getting out of line of sight, you're just staying in line of sight the whole time and killing the boss.
The tank for
We reckon
Razor
on that.
also is unbooning, right?
Yes, they're both unbooning.
Alright, cool.
No Wigsy, no fire resist.
Hey guys,
And
another
I mean,
day.
I don't know, other than that, like there isn't really that good of a chicken boss, I guess.
Ebonrock is the best.
Yeah, Ebonrock makes sense because then it could last for 2 bosses.
Yeah.
And it won't die.
Alright, so pop your consumes, check your buffs, last call. We're not going to unboon it till right before we pull. Combat when there's no mobs in the room, so if you need to, unboon.
And select on group 7, please.
Group 7 needs those buffs, let's go.
Yeah, we're sort of on both now, thanks.
Awesome, thanks guys.
Just. I'm in group 2.
Absolutely.
And then are we using pass on loot tonight, Hadriel?
That's correct. Please pass on loot.
What is the best way for people to get at least 1 hour less on then?
If it's on group loot, it'd still be available sparklies. Just right-click every sparkly.
Don't you have to change the loot threshold then?
Yeah, if it's on uncommon, then remaining items should be group loot. So the group loot threshold's uncommon right now. We should be good. Just everybody needs to loot everything that's sparkly to them.
Alright. Okay, is anyone not ready to unboon? Go, Skull first, let's go. Should be out of combat right now if you need to drink or pop your food buff.
Chrysler.
Be the person that runs up and marks while we're setting up for Veil, so I'll let you know.
Priest could MC or
A resist on mine vision.
no.
Front room as they were killing the eggs.
Depending on you, cat even, or however you say it.
I got you.
All right, picking it. Oh, you did it. Okay.
Yeah. I'll take these last two and I'll leave the last two for you.
Okay.
I'm gonna run it all the way to the wall so you guys can debuff it.
Too low.
I just used my new wand for the first time.
You ready
How
to?
long until it's
Ready.
dropped?
All right.
Give us the
Picking it up.
boss.
3, 2, 1. Picking it up.
And last 2 eggs.
Where's
There's 2 eggs. There's 2 eggs. You gotta get
Oh,
the one
that's
over here.
You got the choice if you want it at the door or if you want it in front.
Fuck, now Sunder's gonna drop maybe. Everyone get behind the boss. Get behind the boss. Get behind the boss. Get behind the boss.
No Deathwish.
Fab now. He's breaking it.
I'm exit. Good job, guys. So kill them all. Don't die for some weird reason.
Reselve. Or shelve. Viral. Rather.
Yes, so DPS, here's the drill, especially melee. You cannot attack when the boss is instantly. You can't start right away unless you're using some sort of thread drop mechanic, as in fetish, or you're pre-lipping, okay? If you're not doing one of those things, then you have to wait, 3 seconds like you normally would.
Just don't fuck up the initial. Textbook.
Still have, 30 seconds here. Yes, all warriors are death wishing. You should use your death wish right before the boss activates, because it's going to be like a 20-second kill.
Racking full duration, right?
You should rack pretty early on, like the 20-second kill. So 15-second rack. So
Shard, are we ready?
no, you gotta wait like
Got
5
40
more
seconds.
He has RP that lasts around that long.
Okay, go.
Too late, friends. Nefarious' corruption has taken hold.
So there's one up top of the worms.
And melee, make sure you're not too close to the front, so you're not getting us cleaved.
See this line right here, guys? Stay on this line. Like Dolphin's on.
Don't stand too close to the boss. Higgsy needs to be the closest one. 20 seconds.
In my heart. I must release it.
Who can lay on hands of them if they have
Trials,
any?
I can. I'll do it now.
No,
Alright, do it now. 10 seconds.
Death, destruction.
Opening with Sunder. 3 seconds, death wave now.
2, 1. I must fight this. Strozza.
Fuck it up, that's great.
I must fight.
Who got the bomb? We didn't get one? I don't think we got one.
That was 15-second kill. We didn't get one.
Great job, guys.
Jesus.
Just feel like dungeon mobs. What's up?
Okay, so what are we gonna do, Shar? Are we gonna kite the big guy or?
Let's just kill the captain first.
Okay.
There's only one Wormkin, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that one's getting slept, and we're killing the captain. And who else is tanking?
Triangle
Moon.
is Manowar, Valric is Moon.
Okay.
Ready to go.
Why not Diamond?
No, you're not. Paul, let's go.
Diamond is cat even. Just be careful here and let it come back. You might get knocked back. Be careful there.
I just got ported.
We got second pull.
Double pull.
Run out, run out. Jump down, run out. Jump down,
Everybody
run
out.
out. Jump down, run out.
Swiftness potion.
This way, guys. So remember, need to all make it out, and we can't go back in too early. So yeah, that sucks, but it's okay. It's just a glitch.
Don't move when you zone out. Stand there until I see all of you. Okay? Don't run back towards the orb. I need to be sure that everyone's out. So just stay still so I can see that everyone's out and in range.
So, quick tip, just like in Dire Mall, when you pull like that, don't be past the corner because they will run further. Be in line of sight until they get close to you and then past the corner. Otherwise, they'll run exaggerated like that.
Waiting on Veros. Waiting on Veros. Waiting on Veros. Don't run.
I'm outside, but I'm still loading.
So again, once you pull, remain in line of sight until just when they reach the corner, then you do the corner. So they don't do that run. Stupid
You're
shit.
still loading, Veros?
Yeah, I think my game froze.
We're good. They're padding.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Zone in, get back. Let's go.
Okay, so just given the opener into that run, I know BWL isn't super exciting, but there's some exciting moments there. So first boss, obviously, it's just super easy. We had a really good time on that. We didn't get a stun, so everyone got to pump. Veil was great. Had a really good Veil. Lots of people did a lot of damage. And then we had this problem here. And I see Jekyll's point where he's saying, like, we could have stacked and cleaved these. The problem is that all the warriors had just used Mighty Rage, so we didn't have lip shouts available. And someone's going to die if you don't have lip shouts available on a pack like that. So I do agree. Ideally, would have been fine with stack and cleave. In the future, like, I'll make sure that I don't use a potion cooldown and maybe one other tank. And if we have this again, we could probably stack and cleave. At the same time, though, these guys all cleave. They do a cleave, so I'm pretty sure the cleave can still happen to people when the lip shot is active. And this is where Valeric loses his manhood. So a heal was going out. That's actually interesting. When you look at it here, someone was healing, but it just didn't happen. So it just ticked down. And no one dispelled. Okay, so this is what happened. I always mention this, and you need to dispel the tank. So 2 got dispelled quickly, but Valeric here, you got half health and just didn't get dispelled. So that's a death sentence. So big sad, man, big sad. And I guess we'll play this because it's a little bit of a funny meme with Shard talking.
There you go.
Are you ready, DPS? Get started on square since it's here. Let's go. Blow it up. I'll switch to skull. Blow up skull. I'm tanking skull.
Shouting.
Valeric is dead.
I got it. Well, no response.
Kill these, and then we gotta get the wormkin.
Why does that happen?
So yeah, sad times. Yeah, I don't know. We assigned one paladin to different tanks, and Valeric's paladin just didn't heal him. So, what can you do, right? So, suppression room was kind of rough. So we'll watch the point of view of a rogue that is not doing suppression room. Taunts. I'm tanking. So, fortunately, Bigger Bill and Rocksteady looks like they were doing traps a lot of the time. There's 9 rogues. I agree. So, maybe we can assign certain rogues to do it. I mean, no rogue wants to do it in this room, right? But the problem is when every rogue thinks they're the main character. Well, look at the damage meter. Just saying. So, I think Broodlord went okay. I'd like all melee to be a little bit, like, this is a little staggered. You want to be all right behind him. So it got a little juggly with the threat here. But went fine. I mean, this boss just melts. easy peasy. So let's see how threat was at the end. Looks like maybe I got a crit or something. I don't really understand how I... Okay, I just got lucky at the end. So how long did MPA take to go up? Because the question starts to become like, is MPA even really worth it when the boss gets to half health before we get MPA up? So it got to 35-40% before it happened. So I honestly don't know. I mean, maybe just for, you know, Neff and Chromag it's worth, but that is something to discuss of, you know, I mean, I guess it helps a little bit. We have a better execute phase. So yeah, this stuff just melts. I like to go to Hetfield's. Well, we'll watch the next boss. And this stuff just melts. So then we're like, what do we do? Do we wait? Do we go? Do we wait? Do we go? We decide to run up and fight the boss up here. So what I was saying to Iggy was that the off tank should stand right here, but he took it as the main tank. I was a little afraid that we were going to get a wing buffet, and I think I could have taken the wing buffet and gone up here and not, you know, pulled the boss still to the left side. But when we tank the boss this way, we have a little bit of scary times. Ideally, we have the main tank standing, you know, backwards this way. Yeah, so you guys are asking about the, you know, the question of do the melee need tanks or cloaks or not. I would say on these bosses, you never know. Like, you don't want to die, right? And to your point, I guess if we had waited till the end, you guys would have had adrenaline rush up, but to the opposite point, when we're able to be already in this room right here and fight it right here, we have better uptime where everyone is like instantly on the boss. Where if we pulled the other way, we wouldn't have everyone instantly on the boss as much. So I think the uptime of the entire raid being here is probably a little bit better than Adrenaline Rush. Even though, once again, we do have 9 rogues, so we should have accounted for that. I like this position better because, like I'm saying, it's just you're closer. Yeah, you're right, Jackal. You're right. Frankly, when we are doing these, the only thing we're really thinking about is, do we have Deathwish up? So we weren't trying to go for a crazy time. We were actually trying to like go a little slow. We tried to go slow, but then we have buffs ticking and we just like can't help ourselves, basically. Because we didn't have Recklessness up in the end, which was a grief. But once again, it didn't matter with the grief that happened. Yeah, Valak, I agree. I think it's best to just always put cloaks on. Okay, so we'll go to Hetfield's point of view for these couple pulls, since he was, you know, our big boy puller. Yeah, we weren't thinking about overall time. Again, it's just for this fight. It allows everyone to... It just feels safer. Because if we're doing it in this position here, we have everyone run in, and I don't know, it just feels... I guess we could have everyone at the door right here, waited for it to come back and be good. I think next time we'll do that. But frankly, I don't know how many more parse BWLs we're gonna do. Maybe 1 or 2 ever in the future. We're trying to get more in the mindset of speed, which is why this MC coming up we did speed. We know that a lot of people want to do speed, so trying to listen to the people. Well, so I know it's a total meme, Jackal. Like, that's the point. Like, in general, parse runs are a meme. But we just like to see ourselves in that #1 spot for as much as possible. So even if it's for like completely useless stuff, if it says phase 7 is #1, that makes me happy. As dumb as that is. No one scrolls past next. That's fair. But fortunately, our homie Yumiki found some VODs of all the fastest China Nax runs. So we can take a look at that later. What I'm going to say is that realistically, I don't see us anytime soon being in the top 3. So, like, they're going to scroll by us. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to be in the top 3 on Nax anytime soon. So might as well, in the meantime, while we're still scaling up our raid and increasing our experience, might as well show ourselves in number 1 in other spots, even if, you know, a lot of people don't scroll past that. And frankly, no one is really scrolling down to Era at this point because, like, Season of Mastery is at the top, right? So no one's scrolling past Season of Mastery. It's really the answer there. So some pulls, we'll go back to this one. I think this pull we do pretty well. And yesterday in Koopa's run, they do ice block pulls, and it is kind of nice to bring everything close together. I don't know. I think that if we have a mage like Hatfield who is, you know, a true tank, where he's putting on like GFPPs and using frozen runes and stuff, like this man's not dying. He's got complete control of the techies, and we kill stuff fast enough that everything else dies. It feels a little bit safer in some ways than having everything super stacked. So I'm always afraid of this right side of the ramp. Getting a little sketch going over here. We're a little fortunate that didn't pull. But his mana's so great. Like we could do these back to back and we'd be fine. So we don't really give Hetfield a ton of time to drink. Like, he barely had time to drink there. Got 2 ticks off and we're in combat. So he waits here. Good patience. So that almost screwed us. I mean, look, he's in that 6 seconds? 7... Dang, I didn't realize that. 10 seconds? That's our healers griefing. We're very fortunate he didn't die there. I'm surprised he didn't die, frankly. Or no one else died on this pull as I look at his perspective. I didn't notice it at all. Yeah, likely LOS, you're right. Because I think Hadria died on this pull, right? Yeah, so since Hadria was dead and he was the assigned person, there was just no one paying attention, really. You're right, it was just kind of funky positioning. He's the only one up top. You're right. So I think someone over here got him. Kibbles. Our man Kibbles. So again, we gave him like no time here. So fortunately Hetfield's a gamer. We didn't even... Oh, we got the res on Hadria barely in time. One thing I'll say is maybe a Frost Trap. You can't get too close to this pack, obviously, but a Frost Trap a little bit up here would make these techies clump a little bit nicer, because they're pretty spread out right now. So he does a good job, good patience there, waiting for them all to get stacked. And he gets the PI and he just blasts. So I like seeing the mage perspective of this, so I enjoy the fact that we have so many people that stream. So now we'll look at the sad pull. We'll go to Mano's point of view. First we'll go... He had a good Broodlord, so let's see if he just crit like non-stop or what. Or sorry, good Razor Gore. Or whatever it's called. Whatever the first boss is, Razor Gore. And he faps, so he could have had even better if he used a Mighty, but you just don't know if we're going to get a stun or not, so I respect the play of, you know, being safe. Yeah, he's just critting like crazy. Boom, execute crit, nice. And did he even Death Wish? He didn't even Death Wish! If he had Death Wish, that would have been, like, insane. Oh wait, of course, because we say we can't Death Wish. I'm dumb. We tell them not to Death Wish. I'm an idiot. But yeah, like think about how fast that boss would be if we let everyone Death Wish, I guess. Okay, so now we'll go to the sad part. Poor Mano. Mano floor. So my understanding is that Mano was the one person who fapped on this pull and still died, so truly the most unlucky person in the raid right here. So instantly spinning. We'll check after this on the logs to see if a bop did go out on Iggy. I can't remember if one ended up going on or not, but basically on these, if the first one is a spin, like instantly spinning, Mano fap, so he got out, then he said screw it, and just dies because CTQ is tanking. So yeah, I mean, he just got some lucky crits, and you know, I hate to say it, but like, if someone had to die like that, I kind of happy it's Mano, where he's a team player about it. Like, you know, he gets things happen. And here, like, everyone's just stressed, right? The healers didn't really know who to heal. So the only thing that could have saved Mano is a paladin using target of target and doing a quick lay on hands. But that's pretty unlucky. Unfortunate. So does he get bopped ever? No. He doesn't get bopped. And I mean, he went as quick as he could there. So, just unfortunate. And really, like, who is it going to be if it wasn't Mano who was right below him? And it's tough, right? So when he's spinning, you're moving away, but then you get the threat on the boss. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he can't catch up and get as close as fast, because if this wasn't moved quite as far away, I think that, you know, Iggy could have gotten it back in time. Because as a Fury Prot, you can't charge instantly, or you can't intercept. Yeah, Jackal for sure. I mean, it's who gets the crits and who doesn't, so all you can do is, you know, stuff in your power of using cooldowns and stuff, right? I'm the one killing everyone. Okay, yeah, let's look at your point of view. Thanks for saying something. And again, I really do appreciate everyone that streams these raids. I think it's awesome. You get to see a lot of different perspectives of what's happening. That's what I love about classic era raids. Like 40 people, it's so many different points of view, right? Like there's just so much going on. Okay, so we go in. Dang, you got close to dying there. I didn't realize that. So Mano basically saved you. I mean, that's what I see right there. Is if Mano hadn't been hitting it, you'd be the one to die. Because you can't, you know, you don't have the ability to vanish because you were stunned in the spin. You're spamming it. You're like, get me out of here. That's hilarious. Dang. I mean, that's kind of surprising how quickly, you know, two spins go out. One person spins and the other person's already spinning. Like, two people at once are spinning. And I'm not sure, is the damage on that affected by, like, you know, your attack power and stuff? Because it seems to me that's a lot of damage, right? Like, and since you have a high crit chance, you know, does that increase the chance of crits? Because it seemed you were critting like crazy. I don't know, but I'm glad you said to show your point of view, because that is funny. Alright, so I wish it increased my parses. Yeah, trash damage. So just to, you know, spread the love, we'll show a different point of view. I would share more of Manos, but it's just sad times after you die with buffs like that. So in the future, I don't think we need to move these dragons as much as we did. It made it so that the casters... We'll check Hetfield's point of view after this to see if he had to stop casting ever. But just like leave it, right here. If we get hit into walls, that's okay. The off-tanks have to move. But I wouldn't move it this far over here like this. You're causing all the casters to have struggles. It's safest over here, so maybe, but I don't know. If the off-tanks get hit back, that's okay. That's why we have 3 tanks. So we were kind of juggling it a little bit, making it hard to hit from the back. Let's see if... I mean, he's in a good spot. It's hard to say if everyone was like that. And so I talked to Kazik about it. Did he deathwish like instantly? Basically instantly. We'll check boss kill times after this. But like that's like, I mean, we gotta tell people to deathwish on the opener for these dragons in the future. It's so hard to gauge, right? Like if you haven't done runs like this very much and there's not a ton of data of how fast we actually do it. But yeah, like right here, just don't move it. I understand the desire to, have your back to something, but so did other people get hit by the fire here? It's hard to say. Like, Bigger Bill might have. Hard to say. So at this point we're scared. We're like, this last one sucked. And I think what we should do in the future is the middle one should be skull. So that way we can potentially have an easier time cleaving. Or if we make the left one skull, it's just not as good cleaving. So yeah, some people stayed in for the parse. So Hadria had a good healing parse on this. And really it could have been a lot better. Hadria didn't get to Prayer of Heal because his group was safe. So yeah, that boss just melted. So let's just listen to the comms here because there is some confusing communication, it seems like.
10 seconds, burn, burn, burn.
Okay, feeling.
Double pauldrons? Yeah, we got 30 seconds, go D-stance or something. We're not gonna wait for reg, that's just too much.
Bring it over.
On off Relo, on off Relo.
Good to go
Hey,
straight.
where's all your rage, dude?
CC trinket, dude.
It's free rage.
Alright, start it up, let's
Rat's
go.
that in here.
It's on rec.
Close off.
Good call.
Good call.
10 minutes on rec.
Log out.
Who's got sand though? That's the real question.
I got a full stack, Spooky.
I got
trade.
4.
Will that, like, invalidate our logs if we log out for, like, 5 minutes?
It'll say we waited. It doesn't invalidate.
Looks like
What the fuck does that mean?
Spooky is our hero today. So if you need sand, reach out to Spooky. Tip Spooky, and his name is Spooky, not Spooge.
Yeah, if you need sand, now's the time to get some, so you have some for Chromagus.
Surely one of our heroes.
Potion cooldown. Oh.
Ready?
Yeah, our tank's good.
Ready.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, fab, let's go.
Stunned.
So yeah, not gonna belabor the point too much, but you just can't use your bubble on this. So the communication was that as soon as Cormac dies here, and like I was saying before, Hadra, you missed it. We just went over this fight previously, but you could have had a lot better if your group was more greedy. Your group was pretty careful where they didn't stay in for the fire. Whereas some of these other groups, they could have had, you know, really good prayer of healing. So, let's see. So right here, Naranfu uses bubble, and you just can't do that as a paladin when we're going into the Nef's room. We only had a couple people that got the bronze, so pretty unfortunate. In the future, just you got to make sure you have sand. Yeah, we already did it. You're late. Late. So we already went through that fight. I'm trying to get through this BWL fast because I have a lot of content that I want to get through. Yeah, right. I know. So let's see here. We'll play the last little bit.
10 seconds, burn. Double pauldrons? Yeah, we got 30 seconds, go D-stance or something. We're not gonna wait for reg, that's just too much.
I tried to strafe it.
So put your cloak back on, make sure you continue healing these people 18 seconds more.
Do you want me to start the RP? Or
Can we try in front of the throne? Just let them all come.
What does that accomplish?
it's faster.
World buffs, I wouldn't.
Cloak check. Cloak check.
It's a shorter distance to the throne.
Okay, so like a couple seconds after Shard says not gonna wait for rec, that's when the bubble is used. So yeah, grief. So he used it. So you'll see right here. Right after he says not waiting for rec, that's when he uses it. So yeah, it's just a learning experience where if you do that, I mean, maybe as, you know, as a raid leader, I can't tell if it's a bop or a bubble that happened. I'm going to try and, you know, pay attention to that in the future. But as a paladin, you just have to know that if we're going into this fight, like, say I use my bubble on accident or something, and we'd wait. Like, we would have totally waited there if we knew. So it was like 3 minutes after. I mean, we would have only had to wait another minute or two. So let's hear the Spurg come out when Pally Call happens. Here comes first call. Oh, we shot the odds.
Paladin, shield, go, use your bot. You're in Fu, you need the divine shield now.
Oh my god, come on.
You were in Fu, come on, dude.
What the hell? Right when I popped Kiss.
Me
You
too.
just completely fucked our parts, dude.
Yeah.
GG, might as well hearth out.
Reset, Hearth out.
Yeah, I got reset.
Like, that guy's not coming back next time, I'm sorry, you just fucking told us.
Kill it, Zeke. Can't get that.
So fucking stupid.
That's right.
Just ruined the raid right there.
5 minutes on Boone.
You're right. So, I mean, do we just want to log out for a couple minutes? I mean, I want to have these full buffs.
I'm logging out. Log out.
Okay, yeah. So the only way to describe it is the re is strong. Yeah, exactly. Jacqueline doesn't show because it was out of combat. So, unfortunate. Sad way to end the run. That was otherwise a really solid run for us. Obviously not perfect, and we can do it better next time, but may put it on the shelf for a month or two as far as BWL goes with doing parse focus. But yeah, we ended up with all those struggles, still was the fastest run on era for BWL, which is a joke. Like, we clearly were not trying to go fast. We ran out of the instance, we waited between bosses, we were absolute cringe parse lords, so, you know, things happen. And if you don't know, I've mentioned this many times, but in Risen's first progress of Nax, you know, on the first day, trying to be one of the top in North America, they were like 10th in the world going into Saffron, and a Paladin DI'd the main tank, which makes the main tank lose threat. So Char just has a history of issues with Paladins. And what I will say is, in that instance, like, that Paladin, you know, was ridiculed forever, but he had a tough skin and still showed up to raids in the future. So people get a one-time pass like that. Naranfu's been a really good player for us, and I can't hold one-time mistakes against people because everyone makes them, right? Lots of people make mistakes, but that was just a very noticeable one, and that's just the thing about 40-man raids, right? Like, you can do something you don't really even think about, and it has a large effect like that. In the future, if that happens, the Paladin should just DI themselves, and I'm pretty sure that takes care of the debuff. So if you have your shield on cooldown, then instantly DI. As a raid lead, we should have made that call. Just, you know, DI yourself, and we would have only lost a couple seconds, but we were in full-on rage mode, so is what it is. I'm not going to belabor the point too much. So, had some reeing where it's like, unboon. We're racing. So, let's see. We'll just let the first couple minutes of this play.
Can I get assist real quick?
Alright, ready to unboon? Tanks ready?
Yep.
Okay, unboon now.
Roll for your sack of gems while you're doing that. Cat even with a 98.
There's a 100.
That's
Rondo.
It's a Rondo with 100.
Alright, here's the pull timer for the start of the pulling. It's just wreck this shit
4,
as hard as
3, 2, 1.
Okay, here we go. 100. Pull the next.
So fast, it's...
Attack. Jump. And then immediately jump down. And as soon as the dog aggroes us, we just switch to it.
Remember to turn on pass on loot.
Watch out. I'll turn another dog.
Switch to the dog. Please stack everything with the dog. Cleanse as you move. Cleanse. Move. Get that surger.
That's out.
Okay, go get the giants. Dog.
I'll get the surger in the back.
Hugging the left, snipe left of the dog.
Pull in the back, catch up.
Get the star, don't get knocked in.
Hot tub party.
There's healers down there to heal Saya. Dead. Do you guys know how to get out, or need summons? We need to say something right now.
We're gonna get the imps.
Do you guys know how to get out, or need summons? We need to say something right now.
We're gonna get the imps.
Get the imps covered.
You're gonna kill the imps. Someone in the lava, speak up. Are you guys safe? Coming out? What do you need?
Just summon them away.
On Lehman and Sandy need
They're
a
not
summon.
communicating, so we'll
Jump around. There's like 6
Need
people
some
down
clickers
there.
back
I see
here.
him coming out.
So yeah, I mean, like, speak up, guys. And later we have a problem with too many people speaking up. But like, if you're in the lava and you need help, say something. If you don't, say I'm okay. Like, the lava doesn't mean that your mic is muted. So, anyways, that was unfortunate. Say apologize. Got the, I forget what it's called, but it's a silence debuff that takes damage over time, right at the same time as he got knocked in the lava. So it's not like he died to the lava. He died to a dot that couldn't be dispelled because he was LOS. So unfortunate. I guess I already missed the boss, huh? So let's just see Lucy real quick. So we pull Lucy on top of the hounds. Quick skull and X. I think what we should have done is killed Lucy first. And just pray that, you know, the ads don't kill anyone. But at the same time, we were safe there by doing it this way. Kind of hard to say. I mean, if we don't wreck on this, it's a little spooky. I was smart to resto pot. He's seen some people die before, so he's scared. So then this was weird, right? Like, we would just wanted to pull this solo while we're getting mana real quick, and then we'd do a triple. But instead, we already had killed this one mob when the other had come in. So we had to do big damage here. So yeah, in the future, when we're like... I mean, look, this mob is already dead when the next pack comes in. And we would have been fine if they regen, but it's just gotta be careful about that. Never risk getting blundered. Exactly. I have faith when Brock's in the raid. He does a good job with the dispels in that fight. And I think one or two of the other priests might as well, but you're totally right. Can't risk it. So we do the double. Stuff just melts. It's good to see Morph in the raid. Definitely a good rogue. It's nice to get more rogues in the raid. Ha ha ha. I'm assuming he saved Adrenaline Rush for that boss. So I can't remember. I guess we could go back to Jacko's point of view. I don't remember when he used a repair bot, but I noticed that his helm was yellow in that BWL, so that was funny looking at some of the casts that were done in this Molten Core. There were some strange things, like in a speed run you use a repair bot. It's not too normal. Okay, so this got weird. Let's watch this. Remarks.
Dogging. Work on cleansing as we keep going, keep moving, let's go.
Can we pull the boss next?
Good. Don't have fab up though. Alright. Come back to the boss. Right side here, right side here, right side here.
Let's get these other guys first.
Who's the raid leader?
Let's go.
Go, pull the boss.
On the right then.
Pull back.
Fab,
pull back,
fab,
pull
fab,
back.
fab, fab, go.
I don't have boss about easy.
Who's getting the dose?
I can get it. Somebody's got it.
We're probably gonna triple.
Dog.
Manowar got it.
I got a dog. I got giants as well. I got
I got X.
Oh, quiet, get the dog. Then skull.
good tank dog.
Decurse the tanks. Thank you.
Giants as well.
Wrong way.
Who's getting the dose?
I can get it. Somebody's got it.
We're probably gonna triple.
Dog.
Manowar got it.
I got a dog. I got giants as well. I got dog.
I got X.
No, shh, quiet. Get the dog. Get the dog. Then skull. Then skull.
Good tanks dog.
Decurse the tanks. Thank you.
And now cleanse.
35.
Now and then two.
Oh, there's a tank target going out.
So yeah, what I'll say is that like when we say, all right, we're gonna, I shouldn't have asked. I should have said let's do the boss next, not should we? But like stay with the tank. The tank is gonna do things. So here, like all you guys here, watch where the tank is. Watch what's happening, and then we go in. Kill some of the trash before Death Wish because we had 40 seconds. That's fair. That's totally fair. But remember, this is a speed focus, not a parse run. So we made that clear at the start. Use your cooldowns when you have them. And if we had been faster here, so first of all, don't move the boss back towards this way. We need to move the boss back towards the next thing that we're going to. So if we had done that, and if we hadn't stuttered and killed this faster, we wouldn't have triple pulled here. We would have been able to skip this giant pack. So because we were slow here, we then had the dog in the middle of when this was. And the only reason I wanted to do the boss here is because the patrol was so perfect where the dog was max patrol. So, yeah. That's all I'll say about that. But yeah, then it got hectic. Viral just needed to say I had the dog. We knew that we pulled these, right? Like everyone's paying attention. Everything was marked properly. Just gotta get your mark and do your job. Just got a little spurgy for a second there, but caught our breath, and it was fine after that. So this was weird. I think that Cat even fairy fired, because there's 3 mobs, so everyone's focused on these 2. Cat even does fairy fire, and then just gets wrecked here. No one was on that mob, so that was unfortunate. Sucks to lose the druid. So then we just blast. So this got weird here. I'm going to look at a couple different perspectives of what's happening on this next little area. Yeah, I like that. So this got dumb. A Warlock needed to be ready to instant banish this. There's no way it's not going to get killed with all the Blade Furies that we have. So I got knocked back. So I guess did a Rogue vanish here? We're fortunate that we didn't pull. Yeah, Rogue did vanish. So clutch play. And that was just, huge grief. So I'm not really sure how it got loose. Maybe it resisted on the sapper because it's like right in the middle. Yeah, people sappered too early. You have to do the play like Kazakh did where you throw dynamite from a distance and you're not going to rip with the sapper like that. Yeah, I mean you have to intercept back in, but I don't think my threat was super great, so I just stay in defensive stance. And as a warrior that, yeah, I was starting to get a little close on threat, so I could have and should have gone Zerker, but I didn't. Because like I was saying, let's see what the call is. Was a call made?
Viral, can you get it?
Banish is about to hit everyone. Oh, you guys are done.
Come on, guys.
So I was hoping to be banished. It's kind of, and he said, Viral, can you get it? And I thought, it was going to be brought out. So I was not thinking I was going to have to intercept there. But you're right. I should have. But then this got dumb. So I think it was smart. Like all the melee should have moved up. I was in the back. I don't know. I shouldn't have been in the back. I should have let Iggsy just do it. So then I got knocked up. So then we're starting to move forward.
Yeah, we do. Rock.
The front. Stop fucking around back there.
You go to Geddon. Go to Geddon.
Got a healer here.
Yeah, we do.
Brock. Nice.
Who wants to be an additional tank for this trash so we don't have to banish? Okay. You get moons.
Fort Group 2, please. Fort Group 2.
Why did we already pull this shit? You're gonna get people dead now.
Banish.
I'm pulling the 2 here.
Thick Ray.
Who the fuck pulled that?
Guys, what?
It's a lot more. I got the 2.
Skull.
I got
Skull.
about.
When we weren't there.
After raid was still at guard.
We didn't lose much, just focus.
Res these 3 people.
So yeah, that was a grief. Only 2 things were marked, and he was saying he was marking them so that the tank knew what he was supposed to get. That was a really good play by Viral, where he instantly fapped and picked up the 2 guys. I think he prevented a lot of deaths here by, being heads up and picking these off quickly so they didn't get any more stuns off. Kazak's not about it. Not down for the boys. No, that's smart to bandage there. This pack got you last week, so. Oh, no fort. That's fair as well. That's totally fair. And like I said, this pack got you last time, so you were extra careful. But I want to see other perspectives on that. So Mano, I definitely know was up there. He was calling it out. So let's watch Mano's point of view. Way too far. Yeah, PTSD, man. I totally get it. Just joshing you. So yeah, I want people to be... Oh, Jack was up here good, too. So that's good. I mean, there was a fair amount of people up here. We just didn't have real tanks up here.
Okay. You get moons. Who wants to be an additional tank for this trash so we don't have to banish? Okay. You get moons.
Alright, so that was just Gamuza feeling himself too much. Yeah, when you got half health instantly, totally, I get it. So yeah, Thick Ray just got wrecked there. I can't remember if Huey still had buffs at that point. It's a rip if you lose buffs like that. But, I mean, we just didn't have any healers. There's like 1 healer up here. So fortunately, Charleston and Brock are gamers and staying up with the group. But this is just, it's just streaky. We have so many people that are showing up late because we were finishing off the previous pull. We just can't pull like that. But pretty fortunate only 3 people died. Like I said, Viral was a big part of that. Just gotta be a little more aware as the hunter puller of like who's actually with you if you're doing risky pulls. Like that's the first risky pull that we have, and we just didn't have the raid with us. So this got a little monk ass too. Here we pulled 2 packs at once. It was my fault. I marked the left pack here, and I shouldn't have. We should have just gone right into the right and then Chaz. But I start to mark it, I think. Yeah. So people look that way, they get ready over here, and then we mark the other pack. So Mano's paying attention, but some other people get too close to that other side. So then we double pull. So it's impressive. I don't think we had a single death on this, which is our Warlocks were clutch with the banishes. Honestly, we probably didn't need to banish, and I think a rank 2 banish went out, which was kind of a grief. But we killed the Firewalkers, which is all that really matters. And yeah, Thick Ray did really well here where he picked up the mob and faced it away. So that was a good play by Thick Ray. So then we're like waiting, we get another mob in the meantime. And then we go in. I thought I was B-tanking this, then Iggy just shows me up. Absolutely melts. Alright, so we'll go to repair bot point of view. So I want to see how much time we had on our 1 hour cooldown still. Repair bot, exactly. It cracked me up. Like I was like, why did he use a repair bot? And then now I watch the now I watch the VOD and I see that you had to, because you went in with the yellow item. It's smart of you to carry a repair bot. I mean, definitely the play. So let's see this point of view of this pull as well. So who actually pulled it? So again, like, see, these guys are paying attention. They have a wide field of view where they see that. Okay, no. So like, these guys are paying attention. We have melee that are doing it right, and then we have some people that are just like la 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 and not paying attention. And it makes sense. The people that are higher on DPS are the people that are laser focused right behind the tank, ready to go. So Shaz just melts. I don't think we had really any other problems for the rest of this run. We'll watch Domo. So what happened here? Thick Ray. You get cleaved. So I mean, he just got melted. I think maybe he was confused, thinking that he was still on square or something, and, a healer just didn't heal him. Because, to be fair, he didn't get a single heal here. Or one heal. He got topped off to full and then nothing else. So that's a Sag. And to be fair, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I like Jackal's UI. It's really focused in the center here, right? Like, it just makes sense. I will say this would bother me if this was mine. I mean, I don't care about anyone's UIs when I'm watching, but as a player, I'm surprised you can keep track of this. But whatever works, right? So yeah, this boss was really good. What I should have said is not to sapper here. I think some people sapper on this boss when we should have saved it for Domo. Myself, I have nothing better. I mean, mine sucks. I don't know what Kazakh uses. Yeah, that's totally fair. You do have to sort by time. That's smart. So these bosses all melt. And frankly, I mean, now that I think about it, it didn't really matter if people sappered on Domo or not. It was still really clean. So this is good. See how the melee, they're right all together. Then we bring everything together. Shout goes out. Everyone's pumping. Another shout goes out, and at this point, everything's dead. So that's how you want to do Domo. That was a good Domo by us. Good boy Jackal using speed items. It's hard to tell like who actually used speed items because it doesn't show up because we're out of combat. But I would like to eventually get like, a a list of people that don't have their speed buffs yet. Standard buff frames, got a weak aura that alerts me if one of my consumes drop. Makes sense. So that was smart. He does a good job here. I don't know if it's quite enough, but smart to get. You should tell all the rogues to do that, where they get the 5 points, and then right before it dies, you know, use the slice and dice. I don't know if it lasted long enough. Just not quite long enough, but it was useless. Yeah. Yeah, speed buff, so like nifty stopwatch, because 30 seconds before the fight. Yeah. So we can try and time that better, but like Shard was saying, he needed to swap his trinket, so maybe when we're heading over there, like, you know, before we engage this last mob, we tell everyone to swap their trinkets, and then we wait until like 15 seconds before to kill the final mob so people can get slice and dice stacks and hold their rage. Yeah, rocket boots are pretty nice. So you're right, it's just slightly off. We just didn't time it quite right. I don't know whose Vanquished Tentacle that is, but I like it. And we slapped this boss. Iggy's thread is just disgusting. He popped wreck for this. And then we taunted out of it, so easy peasy. And good raids. Obviously didn't go quite the way that we wanted. Likely dolphins. Okay, yeah, let's check. I'm curious. I got the logs here somewhere. Did anyone use it in, I don't know what it's called, Vanquish Tentacle or something? Tentacle Call? Yeah, so likely dolphins, you're right. I think Kibbles has it too, but anyways. Yeah, good raid overall. Who used badge? Okay. But yeah, fun times, good raids. We don't do that very often for you know, DMF week. We switched it up this week. Last couple DMFs we've done AQ40 on Wednesday. So how much damage did it do? Let's check. I just X'd out of it, so give me a sec. See, I know it's a meme, but I just like scrolling down, and first, it's nice and easy to find us, right? Like, it's just first of every one. That's what I like. I know it's gonna be a while for Nax, maybe someday, but yeah. Anyways, I could have gotten that to that much faster, but oh, oops, wrong one. So first we'll see in BWL. Actually, it might be hard for me to tell when he used it. I'll just go to Dolphin. Tentacle Call. So you use it on Veil for a total of 830 damage. Or 670 damage on Veil. So now let's check the BWL. Or sorry, the MC. Just do 2 deaths next. You'll be top executions. Yeah, I mean, I would like to get top execution as well for a lot of these. So on Rag, 1.2k. Yeah, I mean, that's free damage, right? So 1.2k on Rag, that's not that bad. And Fire Shield, is that, what's it called? Oil of Immolation is Fire Shield, right? So Dolphin the Gamer using everything he's got. So, anyways, good times. A little surprised. Seemed like low Blade Fury counts to me. Let's check Blade Fury counts in MC. Okay, so 9. Yeah, I mean, it was a, 25-minute run, so you can't use it every time right on cooldown, but Ismigo's a good player. Speedruns, you save Blade Fury for bosses. Okay, thanks, Jackal. That makes sense. Because you're right, a lot of times we're not really like cleaving 2 mobs at a time for long periods. Yeah, Tentacles and Nax, the only thing that I've seen it semi-useful for, in my opinion, I mean, it's not great, but on the Fairlina trash, it's kind of nice where we're always doing like multiple packs in the same exact spot, right? So, let's see. We'll look in our last Nax. I know someone used it there. At least I think they did. We'll see if Dolphin used it. Like I said, I think Kibbles has it too. Skeleton. So Dolphin's got it all. Maybe it was Kibbles. No, maybe I'm losing my mind. I know some people have used it there. I bet it gets gibbed quick if you use it on Fairlina Trash. That's what I thought, but you can use it on Saftil Airphase. Interesting, Jackal. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, it just seemed to me like the Tentacle was up for maybe even like 2 pulls on the Fairlina pulls. So I was surprised at how long it lasted. Good old Kibbles, Holy Nova Chad. Anyways, Engulfing Shadows, what's that? Why don't I know what Engulfing Shadows is? Oh, that's the Blade of Internal Darkness. Gamer. Okay, so next we'll go to Pasta Sauce. Again, I'll just play a couple minutes here of... Oops, I meant to go to Jackal's. So our fearless raider Jackal, able to raid non-stop, it seems. The man puts in work in raids. So we'll just let the first couple minutes of this play. Gonna go get a drink of water and stuff, but yeah, appreciate you guys tuning in. As far as like phase 7 goes, I don't really think we're gonna do a whole ton of prep for AQ40 as far as like, you know, expectations and stuff like that. Just a nice, smooth, semi-pumper AQ40 this weekend. I always look forward to our Saturday raids because it's just a chance for our raiders to get more loot. So I do really appreciate everyone that shows up on Saturday. I know it may not be quite to the standard of full DMF, but got a meeting. Yeah, see you later, man. Some Chads in the chat for sure. Alright, so just playing this.
Came in. Yeah. Minazuki, or I can't see the name.
Yo, somebody sell me like 10 sappers, quick. I'll pay 250 gold.
I'll
For 10 sappers? 10 sappers? For 250?
Yeah.
I'm running them down here. I'm just kidding. I don't have them.
Hey, Hagrid. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I'll hook you up later with some stuff. What up?
I've got some sappers, a couple of sappers to share if you want some.
Dude, if you do, I've got some good consumes for spellcasting in exchange. Hold on.
I can barely hear you, but I've got 4 extra. You want them?
Yeah, dude. Here. Take these. Hold on. That's not the. Yeah.
Okay, things assignment are posted. So we're gonna have Jam on school, Faraday on X, Paw Square, Kind of Bud Moon, Singren Triangle if we need. Buffs are looking good. Still missing Fortitude though. So we're gonna need that. Actually, here I think Jam is been doing the orb, right, Jam? So I think we can stick with that. Hunters, make sure you put traps on the ramps. And yeah, we're gonna stack up on top of this place. If you're on evens group, you can look to this side better, and if you're in the odds group, you can look to the other side. It's not a hard boss, so it should be easy. And yeah, let's do a raid check and start this. Okay, everybody's looking good. Let's put some marks on these guys, just in case.
Try not to kill the MC guys. Unless it's Shifter.
It's Ogre now, boys. Let's do this.
Shifter, you did it. Good job.
And also...
slash dance.
This, can you assist String, just in case we're gonna need him for some... Either him or Rohank for pulls. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we'll do pull timer and let's pull these guys. Probably we will close SRs too at this moment.
We've got 39 in. Is anybody missing their SR? Okay. Oh, Jackal's missing his.
Okay, so I think we're good with that. You can put now and then these will close while we finish the fight. Let's rock and roll.
You about done, Jackal?
5.
There we go.
Sorry if my auto shot went off.
Someone clicked it.
Gosh.
There we go. Hunters, trap the ramps, please.
So we're doing odds south, evens north?
Yeah.
I think he said the other way around, didn't he?
Okay, odds north, evens south. Got it.
Yeah, evens north.
I thought even south.
Okay. It looks like we're already set up for odds south, evens north, so let's do that.
See, I thought that was kind of funny. Which one is it? They went back and forth over and over. But yeah, I gotta say kudos to this raid group in general for a lot of things that have been slowly happening and improving in a lot of ways. My big stickler is, starting as close to on time as possible, and they've really been stepping that up as time has gone on, where they start at like 507, 508 for a more pug style run. That's really solid. Steps in the right direction. So I know this is boring, just skipping through this first part. So with the pace of this run, you could probably Death Wish a couple times. You could Death Wish at the start, Death Wish for Razor Gore then. And so why does this go south? Let's watch.
Here's some tank, guys. Yeah, next time let's try to keep the boss here looking to the wall so he doesn't burn
when
people.
you think it, you face it this way, yeah. And then the melee stand this way, and then the casters stand away.
Okay, so what are they saying? What went wrong, or what can they do in the future? In the future, they should tank it directly towards the, he called it the wall, but the balcony area. You don't want to have all these casters up top. You want to say to everyone, all right, it's time to move. Let's get ready for this final egg. So then all of the casters move behind the boss here. They move where this guy is over here, where the mage is basically. And here you need to you can't just say heal the tank. You got to say who's top on threat, who's taking it. Kindbud just doesn't get a single heal here. Like, not a single heal. And that's slow. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Like, that's bad. For how many paladins there are, I'm not sure who they were all healing Jam still, it looks like. They're just pumping Jam. Kindbud doesn't get a single heal. And I get it, you don't want Jam to die, but like, come on. There's some starting to go up, but it's just late. So you say, all right, conflag, heal Kindbud. Kindbud just dies. And so does D's there because he got cleaved at the same time. And then it goes back to Jam, but tanking in a weird spot. So all these people are getting conflagged. Like Pawpaw got conflagged too. And then he just says heal tank, but you got to be more specific. So, some things to improve on for that boss. What are FAPs? Good question. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, in a long kill like this, you're right. How many times do they get stunned? Is it just one stun that goes out? Because you can just, if you're a cheapo, you can just PvP trinket it. I think it's just one stun. So yeah, some things to improve on there. Does Jackal win loot? Oh, Priz comes in to steal it. No, so close. One where you run out and back in after the stun, yeah. I think that people just don't fully understand that boss. That's my my verdict. So, let's talk about what. Okay, we'll just listen here. Let's just listen.
Us and Yenfer.
Yeah.
Okay, so range. Make sure you're stacked. Don't be that spread, because make this more controlled. And And even if you got the debuff, we can see people going out and stay away from them.
Alright, I'm an on moon. Fuck it.
Yeah, so you guys here can stack on star.
We have heal
Hagrid,
assignments.
don't let me die, Hagrid.
Do we have heal assignments? Just curious.
No. I mean, we've got 13 healers. We should be okay.
Yeah,
Well,
but
12 with coming me off.
Let's do this. Yeah, but we're gonna have Trezzy, Attilas, and Yenfer. You are gonna be the main tank healers. Okay, you're gonna focus the main tank. Everybody else is gonna pump heals into the raid.
Yeah.
And
I'm on you, Jim.
Tank slipping, maybe get it, but that's we're gonna have some assignments there.
Can warriors get salvation?
Rogues as well.
Okay, guys, let's be quick on those buffs because.
Hey, Trezzy, you've got assist for Pally Power. Was coming me doing south?
The one in, oh yeah, that's why. So was common me I assigned to south. So I will put Yennefer on it. Yeah, no, the thing is like we had Kamimi on south, but he had to leave, so that's why it got messy. So should be good now, since Yennefer got it. Okay, south looking good now. You good to pull, Jen?
Hey, can Ragin go ahead and start the encounter? I think he needs to for quest.
Oh yeah, if you need the quest, you can talk to the boss.
Can hunters get kings? I got 20 seconds left on my kings.
Just do a quick ready check. If everything's good, go for it, Ragin.
Because I just unwound. Hell yeah, baby. Let's get it. I'm gonna fuck this dude up.
Alright, you're good, Ragin.
Hopefully he's not going to target other dragon with a bomb.
I don't think
I'm good.
Has to. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, the quest's set, so you can start the fight now.
Too late, friends.
Which bomb's
Nefarious'
going up
corruption
my
has
hands?
taken hold. I cannot
Don't do it yet.
control myself.
Yeah, give a few seconds before you start going nuts on DPS and watch yourself for the bomb. If you get the bomb, run to the pillar
I lose all sense of control.
and die.
Fire rages within my heart. I must release it.
Look out for the bomb.
Alright, Shifter, let's get it. You should top healing. A druid should top healing this fight.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Must fight this. Alexstrasza, help me. For I must fight. Your death only adds to my failure.
What the fuck? That was fast, man. Okay, go easy on DPS. This is probably a wipe, but we still might have a chance.
Okay, so 100% wipe when there's only one tank left alive. Long time to open character sheet. Yeah, but you get a clear picture of what happens here, right? So let's break this down real quick. The tank should not wear fire resist gear. Wearing fire resist gear is a grief. You can see it looks to me like D's pulls. Rogues, it's easy to pull on the opener like this when a tank is not correctly geared and stuff. So, I mean, then a hunter pulls. So neither hunter feigned death when they pulled. It's just a grief. I mean, all around, like, this is just a grief fight. Yeah, 100% wipe right off the bat. I liked how Hagrid called out, like, you know, healer assignments of a couple pally healers on them. I'm not sure if he ever got lay on hands on the opener. So let's just take a look and see in a little bit more detail. First of all, how many people were unbooned? The hunter was unbooned. 1 warrior, 2 warriors. So it's weird if you as a warrior you should not unboon if the tank has still not. You should not have your buffs out if a tank doesn't have buffs. So I would not recommend that. And yeah, Jam has 1, 2. Only 2 pieces of fire resist gear, so it's not as bad as I thought in some ways. But still, like, don't wear Ani Cloak. Don't wear that helm. Don't wear those legs. Don't wear fire resist on Veil. You need to do damage on Veil. And don't open with Sunder. You have to use Bloodthirst. Bloodthirst is the spell that you use to generate threat. If you don't Bloodthirst, and then it parried, so it didn't matter in the end. But yeah, don't open with Sunder. Opening with Sunder is no bueno. So first attack miss. Oh, but cast. That cast is what we want to see. So yeah. Bloodthirst should not be the 3rd spell casted. And I wouldn't recommend the fire resist buff on the tank. You want Diva Aura for the tank route. I can't tell if Death Wish is popped from this. I can't tell. But yeah, check some guides to how to open on Veil would be my recommendation. So Deathless was not used the first time. You want to use it on the opener. You don't want to use it looks like 15 seconds into the fight here. Oops. Yeah. You want to use Deathless on the opener. You don't want to wear fire resistance gear. You want to pump. Fortunately, only a couple of people lost buffs there. But that's how you slow down a run. Like, look at when they then get back in here. It's another 10 minutes to come back in and kill this boss then. So we'll see how the threat is the second time. So again, don't wear fire resist, please. Got okay threat, but like, yeah. Need to, if you want to main tank, you gotta have a better rotation. I'll just say it. Don't use Thunder Armor as your primary threat ability. Bloodthirst is. Sunder can be a filler. Heroic Strike is better. Just Bloodthirst, Heroic Strike, and you get threat. Sure, you have other globals, but anyways, I'm just kind of repeating myself at this point. So it looks like all these packs are done pretty well. Good job of, you know, using whatever it's called. So the one thing I'll say here, this was a little sketchy for a sec here. Let's listen.
Triangle's loose.
He's okay. He's getting tanked. He's away from the raid.
Is that KB?
Yeah. the kindness butt around.
Yeah, I saw it. I broke it. You tanked it for me. Thank you. No big deal. You just did what needed to be done.
Never mind, it wasn't mentioned there, but you want to be careful death coiling those mobs. I know sometimes warlocks are tempted to death coil. I've seen it where they death coil and they actually pull the other pack. So it's kind of weird where like it'd have to be in the top of the door where that happened. But if you death coil here and it, you know, runs the opposite way, suddenly you pull the other pack. So warlocks really got to be careful with their death coil ability. I've seen it kill people before. So I'm not really sure how Minazuki died, but yeah, Minazuki died. Or Mina Suzuki. Sorry, I get so confused. So moving on up. Only 2 rogues here, so they did a pretty good job, all things considered, with how few rogues. I've often felt that when there's less rogues, it goes better when there's a lot of rogues, because they actually do their job then. And still just talking about Veil, just remember that you always want to use your max rank spells. I bet you if I would go through there, I'd find some people that were not using max rank heals or something like that. Let me back that statement up. I can't just be making these statements. So was there anyone that wasn't using correct spells on Veil? So why is there 3 ranks of Flash of Light used? You want to use your biggest Flash of Light. So, yes, I was right. I was not wrong about that. You want to use your big spells. I'm going to guess this is the correct one, but I don't know. It's hard to say when there's 3 different ones. There's only 1 Flash heal, so that's good to see. Only 1 greater heal. I don't know if that's the right one or not. Assuming priest for prayer of healing, yeah. So only 1 prayer of heal, that makes me think that one's right. Why are there 3 ranks of regrowth? That can't be right. Regrowth will rank 1. I know I'm getting in the weeds here, but I have to make a point. So it looks like rank 9 is the highest. Ends in 58. So this is the correct one. So 3 people are using it, which is good. But why is anyone using the lesser ones? These are both lesser. Only 1 rejuve, so that's good. Okay, so I made my point. People are using incorrect healing spells on this fight, for sure. Why are there 3 different healing touch and 2 different holy light? Well, I guess the holy light would make sense because someone doesn't have the AQ20 book, right? So who doesn't have the AQ20 book? Let's see right here. I would guess these guys are not using the right spell. And then again, healing. Okay, so I made my point. ADD is kicking in. So I'll move up. But yeah, lots to improve on that veil. And again, I make this point at least once a stream. I am an armchair gamer. I was not in this raid. I am merely giving any insights that I can that I notice as a player. I try to watch most of this beforehand before I stream, so I'm not like completely in the dark. I try to talk to players that were in these raids about the raids before I do this. I'm not completely uninformed, but I'm not totally informed. So there's things I may not be aware of. There's things I may not understand. There's things that I may just have straight up wrong, that I don't have the game knowledge or the ability to make the statements that I'm saying. But at the same time, I'm not going to give you my resume, but I'm a degen. I play World of Warcraft. It's the only game I play, and generally I think that I have hot takes. So, yeah, appreciate the people in chat that often tell me things that aren't correct, and yeah, you guys are definitely right a lot about things that I'm wrong about sometimes. So that's why I like doing these streams, so we can talk about it. So easy Broodlord, kept Jam alive, threat looked comfy, Jam had great threat. Kindbud was chasing properly. He was chasing in a way that like he's not going to pull, but if Jam dies, he's going to be second. So I think that was a good play there by the off tanks. Hegrid linking the meters. So yeah, Hegrid was pumping. So after this, well, let's look now. So Hegrid was absolutely pumping on the meters, but there's only one priest that can do this, where you pump on the meters like this. So let me just show you what I mean. So a priest doing this much damage is absurd. A lot of it was Holy Novas. Let's look at boss encounters specifically, because Holy Nova is a little bit of a cheese. So a little bit lower there. 48k Holy Water is nutty. Didn't Shadow Word Pain that much. Didn't Holy Nova that much. Dang, so the Bone Construct stayed alive super long, so that's why he was able to get a total of, what is that? 73k damage? That's insane. Let's see how many buffs he received of Innervate. He got 3 Innervates, that surprises me. It actually shocks me, to be honest with you. 8 PIs. So he had a PI for every boss, but not multiple PIs. So I will say he could have been fed harder for sure. It's actually less than I thought. It's funny he's using Eye of Diminution. Is he afraid of pulling threat? That's actually hilarious. I mean, I guess you want the crit trinket for his build. I'm sure he wants tier. And priests are unfortunate, like they can't have anything good on their gloves, really. Because I guess Shadow would be best, right? You'd want Shadow on gloves. And again, like you don't have great... and you just don't have great enchants all around. He's got some pumper gear, but his gear definitely can get better. So that's fun that he can enjoy priests like this. So what goes wrong here? Let's watch this.
Okay, incoming, get ready. AoE.
Oof.
Watch the fire. We need more people on technicians, guys. Palis, you can help AoE. There we go. Yeah, quite some people died here, so...
Yeah, so what is the question? What is the timer on tier? That really is the big question. So what went wrong here? Number one thing is that the Spellbinder is not marked, and I'm assuming they don't have an assigned person to kick it. Once again, this is me just making assumptions. I can't confirm it. But it seems like... I can't tell here. Well, let's look. Let's see what the damage output is like. Uh-oh, so Fire Maw, I guess, was a problem. Oh, this is just encounters. Encounters and trash. Oh boy, so we're about to have some fun on Fire Maw. But right here, I think, or was it the first one? Okay, I think it was this one. Yeah. So what happened here? What did all the damage? So Flame Strike went out. That did a lot of, not a ton of damage, but significant amount. But the main thing were the techie bombs. So I don't think there was any real like assigned mage. Frankly, this mage squad looks a little bit on the weaker side compared to some of the mages. Well, Nez is there. Normally Nez does it. So did Nez die? Why don't I see Nez here? Nez died. Okay. So is he like one of the first people to die? So yeah, Nez dies and then it goes south. So then the techies are loose. So how did Nez die? What did he die from? A Shadow Bolt and a Cleave. Okay. So let's watch it in slow-mo again. No, I don't see him getting cleaved there. Yeah, he did. So, got to be careful as a mage to not get cleaved by this square that runs through. So he gets cleaved there. A Shadow Bolt goes off. Well, let's see. Let's go to events. So yeah, he gets cleaved first. Cleaved on the opener. Summary. So he gets a good flame strike off, hits a lot of them. Then he gets cleaved. Does get a heal back up, so he's basically full again. And still getting pumped. Still getting pumped. Holy Nova as well. I'm surprised he died. So X hit him. There wasn't someone that was on X quick enough. Yeah, so that kind of sums it up. Damage taken. So gets cleaved, but gets recovered from it. And then the bomb, in addition to some more techies getting hit. Or he gets hit by some techies. So let's see. Does he have... What buffs does he have on? So he had Salve on. My number one recommendation is if you are the mage that is assigned to be doing this, you always make sure that you take off Salve. That way you get control of all the techies and they don't bomb someone else and you get owned by the bomb from someone else. Because here, I mean, Nez knows how to kite when they're all on him, but they aren't all reliably on him because someone else has the threat. So then he just gets wrecked. Because he thinks he's okay, but the techies are on someone else nearby. Like, all the mages right there are just stacked. So all those mages being stacked on top of him killed him. So you got to let the one mage go and do his thing. Everyone else stay back in Blizzard if you don't know how to play the game. Okay, and Sheepia's wrong here. Nez and I will do techies, bop us. You do not bop the mage tank. If you bop the mage tank, it goes really bad. That's when problems happen. So they get it down. Another rough pack. I'm assuming, once again, Nez dies. Yeah. So let's see what happens here. So, I mean, Skull and X need to be pulled out more. When they're stacked like that, all the melee are going to go in and take a lot of unnecessary damage because the techies are just going to own you. So, pull these back more. Once again, Spellbinder isn't marked. See, it's just free casting. You got to mark all the 3 humanoids in these packs. It's 3 humanoids that you're marking and 1 of the big guys. So yeah, a couple of improvements mentioned there. Nice, so Jackal puts on Fire Ward for techie packs. That is important that mages are using that in all of the techie pulls. So what goes wrong here on Firemaw? Let's see what happens.
You're healing Jam as he moves up into. You're going to heal Jam as I'm getting into position.
But then once he's in position, you'll be healing the off tank, Ferret.
And melee too. That
And
will
melee.
come back to the corner. So the melee, when you're DPSing the boss, that'll be right here. Raging and Raze will be over here. Raze is already in the corner. So you guys can stand in this corner and not get hit, and not get stacked. So the melee run to you, you heal them. So it's good for it's good to have a druid because you can hop them up as they run in or run out, and then Raze can just.
Alright, I'm ready.
But you want, so you're gonna focus your heals on the off tank when he runs out. So it's gonna be Farad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when Farad runs out, you're only healing him. The melee should not expect to get healed. All right. So all the
bandages here a lot.
So all the other healers, well, I'll give it a second because it's don't stand it. Come out.
Yeah, come out onto the outside.
Ooh, that was close.
Okay, he's away.
All right, so all the other healers, you should be able to heal Jam while I'm standing right here. Be as far to your right as you can.
Exactly, like there's one spot where Crazy is that I can get him, but I will not get the stacks.
Alright, let's keep the pace. I'm going to do a ready check.
And you want to make sure that you're only healing Jam.
Yeah, those assigned to Jam, only Jam. The others will help on pull, but then swap to Farad and melee. And range DPS, make sure you use band-aids and stuff because you're more on your own. Don't rely on heals. You might get one here and there, but don't rely on it. And if you do the mechanics, you're good.
Everyone's ready. Let's pull on the next pat. Healers on the other side get in position.
Yeah, go easy on pull. Let him position him.
Alright, here we go.
Okay, on spot.
I can go ahead.
There's Raymond. Taunt.
Heals on ferret, guys. Big heals, big heals.
Back on champ. We go from 8.
Running in. On.
It's on ferret.
Ferret, guys.
Back on champ.
Shadow flame.
We go from
Ferret
8.
running in. On.
Kind bud.
Heals on kind.
Back on champ.
Heals ferret too.
Give me a rejuve, shifter.
Going in.
Ferret have it.
Back on champ.
Almost there. Keep it up.
Running back in. On.
A unit for fire resistor.
Just
Kind bud.
There we go. Yeah, positioning was very good, man. I stay. I mean, we could stay in a spot here, healing all the time.
So yeah, just some people underestimating the healers, of how much, or overestimating the healer's ability there, and should have just gotten out sooner. But in general, that was actually pretty clean. I'm not a fan of that bridge, or what gate strat, but if it works for the group, great. You gotta find strats that work for the group. How does Farah die here?
Frost on school. Watch our threat. Big heals on ferret. Oh, he's dead.
Okay, so it looks like that the bear was spinning and maybe he died from that. That's not Ferret's fault. Healers need to be more aware there. Like, he's just not getting healed. Healers need to be up farther. They're just not close enough. The only thing I can say is, like, he could have moved it more to the side here and not out of range to healers so much. He did out of range healers a bit, but yeah. Healers got to be more aware. So then Jam dies as well. So what I know is Demo Shot. I know that the bear one is nice, but I'm pretty sure Demo Shot it does more, so yeah. And there's only 2 sunders. They're not sundering. This mob never gets sundered. So sunders were bad in this raid. 1 sunder. No one is sundering. Oh, that's painful. So Fairy Fire does drop 2. That's a little bit more forgiving. I'm a bit forgiving on Fairy Fire compared to the fact that no one ever sundered these mobs. So, like, Jam wouldn't have died there if that mob was sundered. It would have been killed fast enough that he wouldn't have died. So I gotta just stop and take a second to look at sunders. 'Cause that's triggering. Who's not doing their job? Let's see. Okay, so the 3 main tanks are sundering. Legits did a decent job. Alpha Smoke, Rammies, Jan, Merm, Derek, not sundering. Big Door, Mortaler, Syndran, decent. Syndran had really good uptime. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think that's right. Is there anyone that's not sundering at all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's someone that's not doing Death Wish at all. Is that right? I'm lost now. I'll check Heroic Strikes. How many warriors are there? There's 2 different kinds of people using Heroic Strikes because, man, this is tough. Melee? Is there melee casts? What can I do? What's the spell at every warrior's... I guess in theory Bloodthirst, right? Blood Rage. Everyone should be using Blood Rage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 warriors. Okay, so everyone's sundered at least once. That's my verdict. But some people slacking for sure. And yeah, Death Wish counts are sus here. I get Kind Bud not doing it because he's in tank mode. But, yeah. Props to Legits. Using Death Wish a lot. Best uptime on Death Wish. Once again, it gets... In some cases, maybe they're, you know, pressing it and it's non-optimal times and they get more damage out of doing it at different times. So cast count of Death Wish is deceiving. I totally understand that, but it gives you just a snapshot of who's using it. Alright, so how are these pulls? So never a fan of putting a Frost Trap right here doesn't help. You want to put it more up on the ramp. Like, these aren't good. Yeah, they want to be far up. By here, techies are like, they won't clump properly. See, they're like trailing around the corner already. You don't bop. Do not bop mages on techie pulls. It doesn't help. That's cool, they got a Doom's Edge. So again, I don't see any Frost Traps. You want to... Oh, maybe there is. Is that a Frost Trap? Yeah, so that's a pretty decent Frost Trap. You don't want to be doing Blizzard right in the middle of these. Not too bad, though. So again, don't bop. I get triggered when I see the bops. Especially that late. Like, why would you bop now? Everything's already dead. Why is it bop now? Sorry, I'm getting... a little toxic, sorry. Okay, so what happens on the next one? So good job moving there. Do they all turn and hit him then, though? Yeah, it just gets owned. So, just don't be the first one to hit if you're not the one that's assigned to do it. So you put some unfollow there. You just gotta wait. You can't be the first one to press your buttons as a mage tank. If you're not the mage tank, I should say. Because now he's going to do the flame strike, but at this point, he doesn't have any threat. So now he's got it. But he gets owned, it looks like. No, he lives. I mean, that's good mage tanking. That wasn't too bad of a pull. So I think there's only one more. So the key is this frost trap's too low. It needs to be higher up so the techies get clumped better. And then you just let the mage tank do his thing for like the first 5 seconds. Then you press your buttons. There, so that was much better. This was a much better pull. But this flame strike, the spellbinder is never marked. This whole time, spellbinder's never been marked. So it's just getting casts off over and over flame strike. That's probably one of the biggest problems with these pulls that I'm seeing. You need to assign at least a warrior to pummel in addition, maybe in addition to a rogue. Since you only have 2 rogues, there's 2 spellbinders, so 1 rogue on each. That was by far the best techies, so it's good to see that was cleaned up so much. And no one died, so you know that's just me being critical, overly critical in some ways, but it's cool to see that they can pull these pulls off properly. Hagrid pumping, by the way. I mean, I could see if you have 2 or 3 holy priests, or, you know, disc priests that aren't taking much damage. Sorry, the raid's not taking much damage, so you have extra abilities to output damage. If you have 3, 4 priests that are holy novying in those packs, it's pretty comfy, because they then can help keep the mage tank alive as well. So a little spooky here, how they're all stacked like that on the opener. Not too bad. You get it done. Sorry, I'm sleepy. So I know that this group has a history of ninja pulling this boss, so they're learning from that, putting their cloaks on ahead of time. Repair bot out. It's a good group though. They you know, all tipping the repair bot dropper. Like, this is a good group of people. I do think that you know, it's just a fun raiding group. And I'm glad to see, like I said before, you know, they're filling up raids. It shows the system is working. So good tanking here, where they're doing. I don't like someone in the corner like that. It works. See, jams in the corner. That's wrong. If you do a, like, you know, 3-6-9 on the clock, or, you know, 12-3-6, I guess it would be, you get other people wing buffeted. And Kindbud died there. Rip. Does he just not get any heals? So Kindbud taunts and dies. That was a quick death. That was a... I don't really blame the healers on that one. I'm surprised he died so fast. Boom, boom, dead. I mean, you got to be a little reactive. Like, there's a lot of pally healers. They don't need to all heal the same person, but don't fault them too much for that. So they get it down. But yeah, not a fan of the person in the corner. That doesn't work well. You cause other, like, multiple tanks to get wing buffeted at once, and it can go south really fast. You do 12 and... I guess it'd be 12 and 3, right? Not 12 and 6. So this is like 12... like 133, I guess it would be. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to have the 130 tank. You want to have 12 and 3 o'clock. Okay, so next is going to be tanked the exact same way. Well, not exact same, but, you know, just 12 and 3, basically. Easy peasy. Hooray, Kindbud doesn't die. And they get a rejuve gem. You love to see it. Alright, so who's going to get the rejuve? Oh, Shifter got it. Nice. So easy time on these. So I like that this group runs up for this boss. Some groups do it in like the back area, you know, around the corner, but this works much better when you just tank it right at the gate. It's just the better way to do it. Alright, so Kind is main tanking this one. And see how he Death Wishes on the opener? You do have to trust your healers, right, to Death Wish on the opener, but you're going to have Killer Threat. See, his threat's just really good. So they get out, go back in, get out, go back in. Oh, it was time lapse, so they did time lapse properly. I'm kind of skipping through this at this point because there weren't many issues. They know what they're doing. Let's see if they're happy with the loot drop.
Big heals on Jam.
Come on, crossbow, crossbow, crossbow.
Clean as fuck.
Finally dropped.
CTS.
There it is.
Wow. Alright, let's everybody start heading to nest room. Come on. If you
We
need
had to-
sands to get your debuff off, let somebody know.
True. Yeah, let's get this.
Who has sense? Anyone?
Okay, so let's see who gets the CTS. D's with the 76, solid roll. Oh, Rammies, man. Well, Rammies doesn't sunder, so hopefully the CTS makes him start sundering. That's cool though. You know, this group is getting more and more loot. Rammies shows up like every week consistently, so it's always good to get more loot on people that show up to raids. So lots of figuring out about the sands, that sort of stuff. I guess you're saying warriors don't have salve, so that's something that should be taken care of. Looks like mage salve is going to run out as well, so salve is a bit of an issue this raid. Lots of people behind. Look at all these people behind the throne. Need to do more Ani pugs. Get some. Look at all these chads. I mean, it's not a big deal if a couple people don't have it, but your raid does suffer when this many people are missing their cloaks. So how'd Jam die here? Doesn't get decursed. No, got decursed. Does he die from the fear? He just gets absolutely clobbered. Was it a warrior call? No, it was pally call. I'm shocked he died that quickly. I don't think... I would guess he doesn't have a shield on. But he's got a good threat lead, so at this point you should put a shield on. There's no demo shout. How many times will I notice when a tank dies it's because there's no demo shot on the boss? It just ran out, right? So, gotta re-demo shot now. Pallies do their call. No demo shop. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You know, how many times will you notice that? People just get clobbered with no demo shop. So fortunately, Kind Blood is there to pick it up, main tanks, and they get the kill. There's no real point in, I guess might as well res someone if they're dead, right? But, yeah. So then looks like he turned it around for, was it, yeah, it was Rogue Call. So he flips it, but too late, Deez dies. Or was he feared? He got feared, okay. So no fear word on the main tank is why Deez died. That could have been really bad. They're fortunate that Deez was the person that it turned to, right? Like, that could have been a wipe right there. So then these are just not maintained for very long. Well, actually they were. That was pretty quick. That was really quick. Man, I'm impressed that Hagrid did so much damage now that I realize, like, how fast they died. So Ash Candy, cool. They go right into MC. Good pace, getting right in there. Next raid. So 2 hours total for BWL. Really not that bad for a pug. Obviously lots of things to improve on, like the Veil and Techie packs, but I think if those two things are cleaned up, well, and the first boss. The first boss was, it wasn't a big time loss, but it's just, you know, understanding of how to tank that properly. And we'll be in a good spot. So if you don't know on this fight, I would recommend that you get a Dispel macro as a priest. All priests should have it, so they can dispel the mind controls quickly. Rammies did get dispelled there, but it's just a little slow. That was quick dispels, so whoever did that was good. Yeah, demo shout costs a GCD, yada yada yada. Rat. Okay, so this went wrong. So let's see the call here.
Oh, that was way too early. Everyone stack up.
Go into it. Don't bring it back, go into it.
They respawn no matter what.
If you're in
you gotta
combat.
res.
Yeah, the ones behind are rezzing.
Calm down.
Just stack them.
Now, stack them now, here.
Innervated Hagrid.
Keep going. Don't stop.
Don't pull. Just so that we're clear.
Phew, so that was a good recovery. Like Hagrid was saying, you know, calm down, we'll have it, we'll get it. But that was, yeah, just pop pulled too early there. Sometimes that's just kind of a brain fart thing, right, where you just forget how these packs work. But that also shows that this group could do two at the same time, right? So maybe that's something to think about in the future, where you plan it out and you go, okay, we're going to kill the first one by itself, then we'll do the last two together, and this group is capable of doing that, clearly. So that's cool. You know, you test yourself in some ways. I know, I'm tired. I want to take a nap, but I'm going to get through this. I also want to do the AQ40 and BWL that I did last night with Rampage. I would like to stream that, so we'll see how long the meth stays going inside me. I'll try and speed through this a bit. And then, like I said before, I do want to stream the VODs of the China raids that Yumiki found. Because there was a new fastest snacks that was done on Era yesterday. 1 hour 4 minutes. So I see some people that FAP on this. That's good. That's correct. You want to FAP for this boss. Nice and easy. Like I said, this stuff is all pretty easy, and they did a fine job. So I want to try and get through this quicker. Easy pulls. Double pulled the dogs, but it was fine. So how did this go?
Don't be pawn for
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, go easy. Let's the tanks move them out.
Oh, Paul, you can't AoE taunt.
So a little bit of mage brain going on there, where you see a lot of targets, you want to hit them, but the problem is that it's a feral tank that's supposed to pick up all the ads, which is tough. They're kind of fortunate that Jackal did that, so it clumped them up better for the druid to pick them up. It's totally fine. Jam says you can't AoE shot there, but it's not a big deal if you do, because then he can just taunt it off you right after. So I think it's fine to AoE shot as a bear there, because what else are you going to do? You can't sap her, so don't have many options. Yeah, I'm really happy that we got those China VODs. I knew they were out there, and I knew it would take a special person to find them, and it took Yumiki like 5 minutes. So very thankful that we have people that speak different languages in our raid that are able to, you know, check these different sites that I'm not able to find things as easily on. So they do banishes on the opener. Paul does a good job here of picking up the side mob. Paul's a good tank. Perfect. You know, faces it away quickly. Hey, I didn't know you're in the chat, Yumiki. Yeah, appreciate you. Thanks for finding it. Alright, what happened here? Alright, so Star turned around somehow. Oh, so remember that you can taunt before the banish ends and it'll like last over it. So you want to taunt like 1 second before the banish is over, so then it doesn't turn around, is basically what I'm getting at. So there, everyone just got blasted, and it looks like he got the debuff as well that causes increased fire damage, basically. So got the debuff and blasted at the same time. Boom, boom, dead. So yeah, make sure you have a timer knowing when the banish is ending, and then just, you know, react to it a second beforehand. So how does Paul almost die? Oh, people run too close to the bomb, I assume? No, charged in too early. So it's deceiving. Right here, it looks small. It looks really small, the damage that is done, but it's actually like a big range. Rip trash loot, never lucky on getting. Alright, easy stuff. Shaz teleported. Pawpaw was quick to pick it back up, moved it back out. Great. So I don't see many. I guess all the warriors basically death wished. Yeah, besides Remy's. I didn't see Remy's death wish, but anyways. Gotta do big damage on Shaz at the start. How did Morlar die there? Alright, so just got owned. That was basically unavoidable damage. Okay, so this went bad here.
Let's look at the pack too.
Banish.
Yeah, banish, focus the fire guys first.
Banish.
Yeah, banish, focus the fire guys first.
Focus it up. Focus it up.
Yeah, good call actually.
We might want to dispel here. This is a nasty debuff.
At least dispel the melee.
Don't worry, baby.
Okay, so that was handled pretty well, but just to play by play, it's a little hard for me to tell from this point of view. I think it was that Pally right there that pulled it. Can't tell, is that Trezzy? Kind of looks like a T name. Yeah, so Trezzy double pulled by being too close here. And then there's just, it's bad threat. So Merm takes over. And they get womboed by hitting by the flame breath from the dog, as well as, you know, everything else. So, yeah, just bad threat, straight up. And then I think it was right to kill the dog first. You just gotta... Hagrid called it out to dispel, but all priests needed to switch to dispel. There's two things that a lot of these guys have. One that decreases your health by 50%. Your overall health. So you basically get one shot by abilities. And then the second one here is like a fire resistance deduction. So you get hit super hard by fire spells. So the combination of those two things basically ensures that you get one shot if you get hit. So needed fast dispels there. So we'll take a look at the end of this raid who carried with the dispels, because some people definitely carried. And that's something that the healing meters just don't show, right? Mention it a lot, the importance of cleansing and dispelling, because it matters. Like, it's really important. So just have to mention it. On a lot of the stuff, I'm not seeing it have Fairy Fire. And in a raid with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 druids, there's no excuse that all these things don't have Fairy Fire. That one does. This one doesn't. So some of it is getting Fairy Fire. I assume normally it's Pawpaw's mob. So Pawpaw can do Fairy Fire every 6 seconds, but that's not enough. You need to have the druids help out with Fairy Fire. Their main function in a raid is Mark of the Wild and Fairy Fire. So Pawpaw will do it when they can, but every 6 seconds isn't enough, and it resists. So really need to have the other druids stay on top of that. Alright, nice. So they assign kicks. Easy peasy. Easy boss. So good play there by Attilas, instantly bubbling. I think that's smart to have a couple pallies do that when you get the disorient effect. First global should be on dispelling the main tank so the boss doesn't run away. If the main tank gets disoriented, then it turns to someone else, basically. So there it goes to Alpha. Pretty quickly back to Pawpaw, so that was well handled. And that's only one mob, like, they'll be fine, but... Yeah, glad you're not a druid, because I would make fun of you. No, you do a good job, Jackal. I know that these aren't your mains, so... I'm just happy you're streaming it, man. I can't criticize. Because I like to criticize. So... And yeah, I think it's kind of telling, like... I'm just going to say it. Are you a skilled mage? No, you're not a skilled mage. But you're not the bottom of the meters. So, like yesterday, in the AQ40 that we're about to watch, I did not want to be the bottom of the meters compared to this, like, under-geared warrior that is, like, a solid player. She has, like, another, like, BIS warrior and, you know, clearly knows her stuff and manages the cooldowns properly, etc., etc. Yeah, there's just a difference sometimes in players' ability, and when you see someone that's under-geared and not super well-versed with their class, that is not the bottom of the meters, I think it's just kind of tells the quality of some other people. That's all I'm going to say. I think you understand what I'm saying. Alright, so assigning sheeps and stuff. Killing Skull first, then X. Good job with the sheeps. Yeah, I'm so toxic. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I try and take it out on people in Discord, and I try and be toxic in other ways, but when I stream, it seeps out of me like sewage waste. So good domo. It's pretty clean. So you see people asking, like, do we got healers on tanks and stuff? So in general, I just think the healers are doing a better job in these raids. Sure, sometimes tanks are still dying, but I definitely am just noticing a general difference, right, in the ability of healers, so that's cool to see. And clean rag, nice. Oh, poor Immortaler. So he just takes over threat, rip. Flew too close to the sun. And trash loot. I guess a piece of tier 2 is nice, but overall trash loot. Seemed like that MC didn't have much going for it when it came to the loot side of things. Who got the Netherwind pants? Oh, people soft reserved it, rip. So anyways, GG's. Pasta Sauce definitely had a decent night. You know, 3 hours total, 3.5 hours for MC BWL isn't too bad. Not too rough of a night for sure. I'm just going to stream a couple minutes of the start of this AQ40. So this is Horde side, this is Rampage, this is a GDKP. Koopa is the main tank, and I think some people are a little taken aback at his directness and his frankness at times, but I personally do appreciate his leadership style. I think it leads to improvements in the long run. I reviewed a Nex that he was part of the other day, where he was not the raid leader, and some people were yelling and a little upset that he was doing some raid leading, but here you just see, you know, how capable he is and him taking charge and what results from a clear voice of direction. So just gonna let this play for a couple of minutes so you get a sense of the opener. They allow sand buff in this raid, so logs don't count at the end of the day, and they do the skip, where we skip a couple of packs after Twin Emps. So faster pace raid for sure because of those two things. It's a GDKP, largely here just for the loot and gold, not the parses, but lots of people show up with full world buffs, so generally kind of a pumper raid, and I enjoy it. So I'm Ralph Sallow in this raid, the warrior, and I am a noob. I am very still new to DPS in general on a warrior, more specifically never done much on horde side, so I'm trying to learn. So I'll mention some of the things that I'm going to try and improve on as a result of this raid, some things I notice, so getting into it.
Just get it going, so everyone log in now. Log in now. Do our class buffs, consumes, all that good stuff right now. And we'll get this show on the road.
He just said I'd be a guild.
Might want to turn on all assist, or turn off.
Good call. Yeah, because people's add-ons will be auto-marking. Scare them and shit. Okay, mob's gonna leave here, and then we're gonna plan to get it on the next pass. We will do the unbound countdown, so just be ready for that. I'm popping my food buff, and then I'm gonna Titans, and then we'll do the 3, 2, 1 unbound, and then get it going.
Can I have assist so I can mark if needed?
Yeah, is that Thumpa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, group 1 Thumpa, if we can hit him. Okay, let's unboon on 1. 3, 2, 1. Unboon now. Hunter up front ready to pull this one when he gets to the end of his patrol. Remember, I always face this one toward the raid. So melee run through. Let it come to me too. Don't meet it too early. Okay, remember on the next pull, we just want, if you identify your mob as Thunderclap or Thorns, you're dragging it out. Mages, I've got your decurse or your detect in the sheet. Running right in, running right in. Okay, I've got Thorns on Moon. Drag Moon out. Skull looks to be fine. Okay, we're gonna go square then next. And then we'll go X Skull. When X is 50, drag Skull in. Alright, drag Skull in now. Drag it into us, please. Everybody there? I was making a call there for you. I maybe said X, though. I think I misspoke. Yeah, my apologies. Just get ready for this guy at the end. And also, kind of want this too, honestly. Nah, I don't. Go pull it now. It's fine. Remember melee run through. Actually, shoot it now. Shoot it now. Right there's fine. Too late, too late. Lab, I needed you there, brother. Okay, it's fine. We'll get it after. Pulling, same deal. Detect, drag it out. Skull looks fun. Got a T-clapper somewhere. It's Moon, I think. Drag Moon away. Away from us. Let's go on X. Okay, we're on Square. Square's fine. Kill Square. You guys are cool. Let's bring that T-clapper in now, please. Melee, ready to swap, but don't get yourself killed here. And pull Rage. Healers, try to save some mana. Now start pulling. Okay, 10 seconds on mana. Actually, yep, remember I'm facing it towards the raid. You guys run through, burn it quick. If you're drinking, no, I probably stood you up. No worries. Okay, now we'll do our 10 seconds. So remember, guys, we kill the clones, we do big interrupts, and then at 25%, we focus the real one. Everyone should have this weak aura at this point, but just for consistency, I will link the Scarum weak aura. Absolutely mandatory for any DPS player, and really healer as well, that's shocking to interrupt. Big interrupts, mount up, running in on 1, 3, 2, 1. Okay, DPS thing, it's gonna split soon. Ready, big interrupts. Come on, cast the fucking pummel button, guys. It's DMF week. Tight. Get off middle, you're splitting them too fast. Kill the fucking clones. Off the boss and onto the clones. Get off of the real one and onto the clones. Big interrupts. Kill Skull right here that I have marked. Do not kill LA John.
Don't kill Prophet.
Okay, now we're on the real one. Sheep him, blind him, do something. Let's get better CCs. Split that real one now. Interrupt. And then we focus real one here. Focus real. Mark real.
It's a little bit right.
Okay, kill real. Kill right. Kill right. Interrupt. Don't kill Clev. Kill right. Thank you. No reason no should die there. Very sloppy gameplay.
Yeah, so
I gave you guys the thing that says
so a little bit sloppy there, but yeah, I just always like to show the start of the raids, and you know, you get a feel for the focus and that kind of stuff that comes out from clear calls and direction. Let's see if I can get the logs pulled up, because I would like to see what actually happened to Nugs. I know it's a black screen right now, so let me fix that in a sec, but fixing that, finding the logs. Okay, so I'm pull up BWL as well while I'm in here. So what happened there? First of all, how much damage was taken? I mean, a couple people took a lot of damage. Sarko, well, interestingly, I would like to see how many people had an arcane protection pot. I did not, but a bunch of gamers here. I brought it with me, but I forgot to pre-pop it. So on DMF week, I will remember in the future. Drive-by fear. Yeah, that's a good call. I should have thought about that as well. But yeah, like that's a significant amount of damage that the raid avoided. And I'm kind of surprised to see this many people actually, you know, used an arcane pot. Like I said, I just forgot about it. I had one with me and didn't use it. So definitely gamers in this group to see that many. Damage taken. So what killed Nugs? Earth shock. So he just got shocked. Yeah, I always want to arcane pot when I remember it. I mean, it wasn't the arcane explosion, it was the earth shock that got him killed. So at least it wasn't friendly fire, right? Looks like, did someone fireball? Oh, so that's I see. Provocate was mind controlled and he fireballed someone. So standing too close to the split then, good to know. You're right, standing too close to the split. So that was just positioning. So let's look at the replay and we'll see that more clear too. So yeah, like was called out, it's like get off the middle, you guys are causing splits. So we got two splits at once here on this side. So this side got a little bit overwhelmed. And everyone got hit by the arcane a couple times. We don't have many rogues in this raid group. Well, there was multiple rogues. That was impressive. Sarko didn't die. Some healers looking out for their. So yeah, he was just right in the middle right here, right? So there was no tank here, and he was just here. So I almost made it in time. I charged over, but not quite in time. So I think in general, tanks just got a little distracted, right? They need to stay on their different sides. The designated tanks can't get lost in the movement of what's happening. They need to be on their different sides. So partly Nugs, but partly the fact that like there's no one over there, right? So anyways, we'll get back into this. Okay, here we go. So easy times on these. I almost like, you know, you want to know your mark as Skull. But with dog packs and these packs, I almost don't mark a skull because people are just so stupid about always hitting skull that like they just can't resist. And you oh, that was a good sapper, but how much was that? A 26k sapper? That is disgusting. I try and cheapo with the dense dynamite there, and I don't get it as well. Just gotta do it. Yeah, that's definitely the play. The problem, so what I will say is I often used to lip on those packs and, you know, be like the person that would lip shout a lot of time for the first one. But then I got cucked one time where I know it's my own fault if I get knocked up. Especially in this room, you should never get knocked up. But I am a total rat with saving my lip when it comes to these packs. So pulled them in. Easy times. Some casters just don't get it. Like some of these casters, you told them to move and they eventually move and it worked out, but I don't know. And then one thing that it's not a big deal. I'm trying to see here. So you mentioned about, so this is a new thing for me. We'll just listen to the calls here.
Same deal, guys. We need you to grounding totem into Wind Fury. Or rather, other way around. I'm sorry. That's square. So it's going to be Moon and Triangle are unmarked here. And try to keep those groundings down as best we can. Burning X. Pull those under the hood. Swap.
Okay, so you heard it mentioned about like the, what is it, Wind Fury into grounding. And so people were outranging it here where they're going too far, I guess, and then getting hit. And I'm not sure, I think that's for the mind controls, is it? You can ground the mind controls? I would assume so, because you can do that in Dire Maul East too, right? Where you just ground the mind control. Exactly. Yeah. So that's news to me. I didn't totally understand that. That makes total sense and is smart. On the Alliance side, what I'll do is I won't tank these mobs at the start because I get so sick of them popping all the cooldowns. Yeah, grounding is OP in this whole place. Gotcha. Yeah, AQ40, it has a lot of benefits for Horde as well. If you can twist grounding good, you're a god. Makes sense. That's good to know. But on Alliance side, I'll bait warriors where I won't be the first ones near these guys so that they take the MC. Or the real play is you have paladins that go up here and take the MC. So one thing, just as a suggestion, it takes a little bit of brain cells from the group, but maybe we could have the whole group up here then, where they can place their groundings ahead of time, and you tank these on either side, where you get knocked up on either side here, and it feels comfy because you can just cleave the whole time, and groundings don't get outranged because, you know, you don't have to pull these back. So, that's just the way I've done it another time. I'm not sure if there's reasons for not doing it that way, but just a slight suggestion. Easy bosses here. I'm just kind of skipping through this because I did terrible DPS, and I hate to see myself do terrible DPS. I don't know why I did so bad on this boss, in retrospect. I think that's what it was. I didn't Death Wish at the start, and I didn't wreck, so I ended up wrecking on Sartura and got pushed back and had a really sucky Sartura too. Gotcha. Hunter pulling faster. Yeah, I agree. The Hunter was... Your SOE needs to be with the blenders, so you drop Wind Fury as they approach, grounding goes down. Makes sense. Yeah, so you're right. I mean, the Hunter... And the real answer is the Hunter pulls faster. Because our damage was disgusting. And I don't know if you, like... I personally wasn't expecting our damage to be as strong as it was. People showed up... I mean, DMF is a really powerful drug, right? DMF is just as good as crack cocaine when it comes down to it. So I know there was a couple people, like Shreds wasn't on his warrior, maybe a couple other big DPS that were here, but our damage was strong. Just felt really good. So X got knocked back there. I think I got knocked out too because Koopa was calling out for it. He's like, kill these evenly, kill these evenly. So it's the same thing on these packs where, like, idiots, they're all on Skull, right? Like, they see Skull. Me kill Skull. Me kill Skull. Quick. There you go, Valeric. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I forgot to say thank you, Koopa, for following. I saw that you just followed, so appreciate that, brother. Close to affiliate, so that'd be kind of cool. Been putting in a lot of hours streaming lately, and I know it's kind of boring just watching other people's VODs, but that's why I like having high quality streams. Like all these streams that you've seen today, I mean, I could shout out all these people. Jackal's been in the chat. Mano's always in the chat. You got Hetfield. Who am I forgetting? Kazik. We have a lot of streamers that stream these raids on Era and are giving it a lot of notoriety. I mean, maybe Koopa can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he saw Mano's stream, and that's how, you know, the butterfly effect kind of started, where streams just get things out. Yeah, Koopski is Koopa. So, Koopa the Warrior. Koopski. So yeah, I really like that the people that I'm leeching their content off come in the stream and comment. So I appreciate you guys being in here. And I think there's something we can all learn. A lot of times people are like, oh, why are you streaming other people's raids? Why are you streaming other people's content? Well, I'm a leech. I like to leech content. So I appreciate that people have such good content that I can leech. And appreciate you guys giving, you know, positive comments about, you know, this is good content. I think so, at least. It's niche. It's definitely niche. Friends watching friends do mechanic good. Exactly. So, yeah, I was really late on this. I was like, I think I was getting a food buff or something. I'll get that first sub. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, bro. I've been enjoying the Horde, so I gotta say it's a good vibe over there. I think there's some people on. Not gonna quote things perfectly on on both sides. There's good and bad. But yeah, it's a good group on Era. I'm kind of just going on a tangent now, but this is really good control of all the ads. Horde side have it a lot tougher because they don't have paladins to control the ads. I was so safe on this fight. I think maybe in the future I may try and pay off a shaman or a priest to give me a little bit of love on this fight, and then I can do Stone Shield like Koopa here and be a little bit more aggro. But what he calls out for is a lip at the end, so that's what I do. So you finish off, you know, it carefully at the end. But I was such a baby in this AQ40. I did not want to die early with my world buffs. But it drops. It was good. Good times. Did it have demo shout? Yeah, it had demo shout the whole time as I'm looking at it. So I'm such a stickler for demo shout. And I don't know if someone knows, does the Starfire DR share with stuns? Because that may not be ideal, but it's kind of nice to have a boomkin on this fight. Like, when you think about utility, this is one of the few times where, like, a boomkin throwing out these stuns all the time isn't that bad. Like, it's kind of cool. It's a unique fight. So nothing noteworthy in this room. No Shaman's Grief for putting totems in the back or stuff like that. It's just a good pace in general. Like, we're getting to Frankris and we still have over 10 minutes left on sand, so just a really solid pace. And people feed off that, right? Like, it just builds on itself where everyone stays focused because, you know, the raid's staying focused. So I like this, just walking it in rather than waiting to mount up and stuff. Like, there's no real point. Parry opener, you hate to see it, but fortunately you can taunt this boss. He taunts it and then his threat's fine. So Frankris is a comfy fight. I should have wrecked on this fight in retrospect. I shouldn't have wrecked on well, let's see. So we're at 28 minutes, so if you wrecked here, I don't know if you're gonna have it up for the final boss. We'll see. And then this fight felt good. A couple people afterwards were reading about the spells, and I'll take a look at the logs after so you can see why. I don't know the correct answer when it comes to proper spell usage for this, but we'll talk about that in a second. So, number one thing I need to do is make a weapon swap macro for my frost weapons. That's a total noob move that I don't have that. I think a couple times I was close to parry hasting too. I wasn't doing a great job of getting behind on this boss. So yeah, I'm like right here. That's just I have such a problem with the main tank Zug mindset where I'm often thinking of being in front of a mob instead of behind it. Battle stance hamstring. Yeah, I was doing that. I was definitely doing that. We'll look at hamstring casts. So let's look at a couple things. Because once again, I'm all about self-accountability and trying to get better. So, you know, having my raid leader in here, I can explain my faults for sure, and where my faults were not. So, first thing, hamstring. Wasn't super high, but I definitely pressed it. Some people definitely pressed it better. Dump up pumping. I don't know why mine's significantly lower, but it was. So poor Ricky not doing too much. My damage done was awful. I focused on one slime, so super bad, super bad. But yeah, I focused on one slime and it was already almost dead, and then I didn't get a good sapper off. So most of the people at the top here, I mean, sappers really weren't that impactful. When you have a raid group of pumpers with full world buffs, you don't really even need to sapper. You just kill the slime's forehead. Damage taken. So I think this is interesting. Obviously, the main tank took a lot more. And it's interesting, like, what it's from. I mean, it's mostly melee, of course. So some people, these guys had the good shamans, right? So Shockmaster and Shakya, these guys are the ones that are insta getting the poison taken care of every time. And then all these guys, we only had, what, 4 shamans, right? So all these guys had to deal with the leftover, the sloppy seconds. So it looks like, is it toxin? Yeah, so some people stood in the toxin. That's like the slime on the ground. So I was a good boy. I didn't stand in the toxin, but I mean, Jem just died from standing in the toxin, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, so lots of people that are taking a lot more damage. And then when you look at the, yeah, toxin death, no, it's a big no. So big totem carrying with the individual cure poisons of all those people that didn't have, I guess Jem also didn't have a shaman in their group, right? So it was a double effect of not having a shaman, so the poison was ticking, and then the toxin definitely played a part. So plasma, that's a bro right there. Boomkin doing their job for sure. Hoof a little low, and then I mean 2 of the shamans just aren't casting it. So if you look at the healing done, it makes sense. One of the recent changes, the totem ticks can resist. Okay, that actually really sucks. That's a good point. I didn't think about that. On some fights, that's the worst. Like on Grobulus, the fact that you can resist when you're dispelling the toxin effect on that is like such a grief. Same with Tremor and getting fear. Wow, that's actually really impactful. Huh. I didn't think about the Tremor side of things. That really sucks. That actually takes a little bit away of Horde's OP-ness. Interesting. But yeah, so these guys are just, you know, clearly Parse Lords. Yeah, so huge but random. Yeah, I remember that, and I can't remember if, I don't think the wearing like spell hate gear changes it either. I'm pretty sure that was tested by some people. But yeah, just a little surprised, like, you know, let's check casts. Healer casts. I mean, 13 abolished poisons. It's interesting. So it shows he casted it more, but a lot of times I guess was late on it. Okay. A little bit of rat behavior. Let's just say I was happy that Shakya was my shaman yesterday. Definitely a good shaman. Alright, so not getting too nitpicky though. Moving forward. So this was weird. This pull here. I've seen it like once before, but I was like, these are right on top of each other. That was just strange that this 4th one didn't pull. I was not expecting that at all. So, griefing my death wish re. And then this room was clean. Grounding's here. Interesting. I didn't know that, so thanks for the information. That makes total sense. We just like spanked this room. On Alliance side, it's more important that you kill these stingers first than the spinny boys. Spinny boys, we just move out to the side, focus on these guys first, and then spinny boys last. So you have 2 off tanks on the side since these drop threat. But with grounding totems, with whatever it's called, the poison totem, less of a concern on Horde side for sure. And people are a little spread out here. Koopa mentioned it a couple times where you don't want to be super far back. You want to be all stacked together so that these guys don't charge as far and you can cleave them down faster. And good positioning by the melee, right? Like, I didn't see a single time that melee got knocked back into the room. Koopa kept calling it out so that people remembered, but yeah, Labyrinth was impressive yesterday. I was definitely impressed by the Hunter's ability yesterday. And I'm just kind of skipping through Hoo-Hoo. It's not very exciting because it goes well. So then we pump, easy pump. It's impressive. Like Gem lost buffs, so it's really easy to die as a melee when you already lost your buff. So that really shows the margin of error that we had, that even unbuffed people didn't die on that fight. So Koopa was a little scared for a second here. The pack was right around the corner, so it worked out fine. But this guy's sneaky. The first one, it does like a J patrol. Sorry, my heater's back on. But yeah, it does like a little bit of a weird patrol that can confuse people. So once again, like, I think we got pretty lucky with the combinations that we had. But once again, like, the raid was just on point. No one really ever took unneeded damage on these fights. We did get a lot that exploded, which sucks. Because sometimes, if you have ones where it's Thunderclap and you have to run out, the casters can burn it down still. 2 min on sand still. Yeah, that's pumper. If you have sand blast through Hoo-Hoo, you guys are a good raid group in my opinion. Because that still includes like the buffing time and that stuff before it, right? So blessed to finally see comfy speed AQs. And the thing is, this wasn't speed, right? Like, this was still comfy. It was just good pace. The pace wasn't really pushed. It was controlled, in my opinion. Like, sure, it was fast, but it wasn't out of control or monkasteer in really any way. It was a healthy in-between of, like, just a comfy farm DMF GDKP. Like, it's what you want to see. So again, just kind of speeding through things. So that was good cleave there by the melee. Sometimes these little scorpions, you pull a bunch of them, they get on the healers, they cause problems. But you'll see when it goes by, it's like, I think that was Thumpa. So Thumpa was a good off-tank yesterday, by the way. So do just have to shout out that dude for the fact that a lot of times it's Steezy that is off-tanking. And I was a little concerned going into the run. I hadn't really heard Shreds talk much before. But he was nice and vocal, clear about what he was doing, and on point for most of the raid for sure. So that's cool to see that, like, you know, Koopa obviously was still main tanking, and the supporting cast was just slightly different without really not much, you know, like no downside from my perspective. Maybe it was a little different communicating and stuff, and you know, when you tank with the same couple people every week, you don't even mention things, they just do it. So it is important that you have that communication of like telling the tanks to do stuff when it's different, but yeah. Yeah, in my GDKP, I had the same like second tank every week for basically a year. Or same 2 tanks really. So I would main tank, or I would have another guy main tank, and we had a third guy. So like it takes that supporting cast where eventually you don't have to talk about stuff, you just do it. And that to me is like such a step in raiding. It's awesome when it starts to get that way. So I liked what Koopa was saying here. He's telling all these these plagued people to move up. Sometimes plagued people, they stay away from the raid and then they die on their own. So it is important that you all move collectively together. Once again, speaking to history, this is like the #1 mob that kills people because everyone is like spread out on this one. And maybe he'll turn around and look beforehand. No, he's focused on this now. But I bet you if you would turn around, see, people are just far away. Don't put his shreds on his ult, so seeing him go from bumper DPS to off was so easily was sick. Yeah, Valork, I hear you, man. I'm looking forward to... you've been tanking really well, I gotta say, Valork. I got no complaints about your tanking so far, man. Glad to see you get more gear, and yeah, you're pretty confident with your plays. Why people no cluster? Thick Valoric. Nice. I'm not sure what you mean, Rad. Why people no cluster? You mean like group up quickly? Is that what you mean? But yeah, the unfortunate reality of being a loot master is sometimes you're not with the raid, and Izza's running in here and just gets one shot basically. Oh, meteored. I didn't realize it was meteor. Of course it was. So that was actually really scary here. Fortunately, it was someone that was unbuffed. Clumps are too loose to maximize chain heal bouts. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, fortunately, a couple, like, who is that? Turbo could have died there if he got meteored. So 1 out of 40 chance that it's Izza. So poor Izza there. That's definitely unfortunate. Big Sag vibes, but yeah. Izza's got a good mentality, I'll say. Or just call her Moo, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, saw it coming. When you see one person on the raid like that, it seems like, I don't know, maybe it's a more likely chance that you're targeted or something if you're far away. I don't know. It's comical how many times the one person that's not with the group gets meteored. Valor thick. There you go. So, get ready for griefing. I'm just going to play the first minute of this because it's a little funny. It's got to be a Tauren if you're going to make a tune of that. Or a dwarf. Yeah, Spurgink. You didn't get too spurgy. You could have gotten more for sure. So, you know, let's just play this out.
Did we fish an ID?
Yeah, we did.
Based.
All right, pulling.
Yep. Running in. Haley, you're good to pump here.
She's going to be hitting over 2k averages.
I'm going to do a slow drag to try to help you get better DPS uptime melee, so just yeah, be aware of that. Okay, threat's good, so full send. And then casters, when you're on the left side with 4N, you can be a little bit more aggressive with your threat. But on Sathanas' side, you should probably chill. He's more undergeared. Out. That might be on someone. Trough.
It's on Nugs. Thumpa. Now on Thumpa.
Man. Mages?
It's on Stevie.
It's on Sathanas. Drag the melee guy away. Melee, why aren't you max ranging when I say that every week? Just forget how the fight worked or what? Tab off and clean up all this bullshit and wait till it goes back to the other side. If you can't communicate ignites, no one's getting paid. It's just that simple. You will communicate ignite or you will get nothing from the run.
Teleport.
Take your pick.
Teleport. Searing Pains.
Yep.
And it's on forehand.
Okay, big pump casters. Healers, I'm dual wielding, so melee can big pump too. You've got a DPS from max melee range, like Ralph. I don't know if you're trying to tickle his nutsack, but
the tank swap here. There's no tanking close.
Yes, there is. It's Thumpa.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Don't scare him. Get in close so you get the swap threat.
2, 1.
Yeah, he wasn't on the platform.
Don't leave before he teleports.
Melee stay until TP and they max melee range.
Okay, so it was fine after that. Yeah, cracked me up. You're trying to tickle his nutsack. So, just in my defense, It's kind of a bad habit, but I saw Demo Shout about to drop, and some people freak out when you Demo Shout from the max range because you get a bunch of bugs. So I'm Demo Shouting closer. I'm trying to Demo Shout close, and then before the timer goes, I move back. But do appreciate the call out. Definitely good to call me out, because I was the Zug there for sure. But yeah, once teleports, then we're all max range and doing good. So I don't know how much I could analyze, like who's, well, we can see, right? So how far into the fight is this? Yeah. I'm trying to take care of my tanks, man. I demo shot a lot for the tanks. Because my biggest stickler is how many times tanks die when demo shot should have been on. So it's hard to tell. I don't see any, like, there's no buff that shows how long we've been in combat. But I guess maybe we can, well, here it is, right? So 30 seconds in. So first teleport is at 30 seconds. So let's check the mage cast. What I will say though is Topher did a good job where if a mage pulls, you see he's running towards the boss here. He doesn't run to the other side to try and max range or, like, you know, hide from the boss. He's like, okay, I got threat. Time to take my punishment, you know? That's one thing I hate about mages is when they, not only is pulling with Ignite bad, but trying to kite a boss when you pull with Ignite is like 10 times worse. So, yeah, I will say kudos to him for not totally griefing. But let's see. I mean, there's just no call made to drop Ignite. So let's just check that out real quick. And we'll check the positioning too. So first I'll look at the replay. If I'm actually trying to be good at Twin Imps, I pre-pop GSPP. Totally agree, yeah. As a mage, that's probably like a good safety bubble, right? Like if you can survive one of those, then maybe the Warlock can pick it off you. But that's a good call, because I don't think you can't lip to get rid of that caster, since it's a casting spell, not a physical spell. So that's a really good idea that, you know, mages should pre-pop a Shadow Pot, and then during the fight, if they get threat, only real chance of survival is popping a second Shadow Pot. Or maybe it would be dumb to wear Shadow Reflector, never mind. Yeah, pray for resist. That's a good point too. You get Valo on the trash after, so it's not like it goes to waste. That's a very good point. Okay, so people freak out here. And Koopa does a good job. You'll see if you're paying attention to the replay, there was a priest here who was really close to the boss, and while Koopa is yelling at the raid, he's telling the raid, you know, you guys are idiots. You see he positioned himself just slightly in front of the boss, to the point where he's not going to get hit by the Nova, by the knockback arcane explosion, and at the same time is the closest one to the boss, so he gets the snap threat. So it's a little hard to tell what was going on this side. People just start freaking out. Yeah, okay, so Thumpa was too far away here. So, fair call out. He eventually gets close enough again. Looks like there is an exploding bug, some bugs causing some problems. And I guess that's all really to show with the replay, right? So then he gets it, he's close enough, then it's fine. So I do think that was good that Kanzen called out, like, where's my tank? Where's my tank? Yeah, I misunderstood the melee issue as a tank thing, then mage for caster. Yeah. So it was an Ignite problem, really. And, yeah, just going back to this, I think this was... So, I have a real problem with having, you know, off-tank syndrome, where I'm not worried about DPS, and I could be a lot bigger of a rat. But you see a good off-tank play here, where bug turns big, and instantly charge release is going to it. Like, instantly he's on it. So that's cool to see that there's off tanks like that, you know, I can relax a little bit because there's capable people that are thinking that way and taking care of bug duty, because you definitely can have tank deaths when you start having these bugs that are just whacking on healers. So just wanted to highlight that play as well, that, you know, down for the boys right there for sure. So before I get distracted, I want to go back and look at Cass. So was there any mage that, like, you know, was there any mage that stopped casting, or did they all keep doing it? And I think poor Tuna, man. So highlighting the fact this guy's he's been trying to get the fireball spell book, so definitely not a good look there to be the one person with lower fireball. But he did flask. I'll give him the benefit of that. He did flask for that. So Jigoku, I'm assuming then he's scorching. That's why he's not casting for that long. Provocate. So Izza doesn't. So maybe they're scorching all at the start. That's kind of weird. So that's a little sus when you're. I mean, he's feeding the ignite, right? I was slow. I sucked. Okay. No worries, man. I'm not trying to call anyone out individually, but it's interesting to look at mage play, right? When that was clearly a mage issue there. So Jigoku is scorching at the start. I mean, maybe he saw the threat was bad and just didn't cast for a long time. Like, so provocate, yeah. It's hard to overlap and look at this. To me, it does look a bit like Topher was feeding it towards the end there. Frostbolts would be a better thing to look at. Good call. I know that Tuna did just get the better Frostbolt. Yeah, so that's... So Glenn is casting... so Glenn is a Frost Mage. Yikes. And are people using the... I know that Tuna just got the better... Yeah, poor Tuna, man. Freshy boy. Yeah. I don't really know what to say. It's a little hard to analyze. There was no call out to drop the ignite, so since there was no call out, like, I won't really analyze the mage play that closely for that fight, I guess. Some things to notice from the cast for sure, though. I will shout out my boys, and well, let's take a look. How many people flashed for this raid? I mean, I'm curious. I'm getting distracted at this point, but I was just going to call out. I know both Topher and Tuna did flash for this raid. Who else flashed is kind of what I'm getting at. Freaking Glenn down with the frost. Not your loot goblin, that's for sure. Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned that, Radpill. That's a very valid point. That yeah, it was clearly one-sided in terms of what is. I thought it was spell power. Sorry about the noise. Isn't it spell power flash? Does it just not show because it never goes off? Supreme, thank you. I'm dumb. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Sorry about the noise, but it doesn't show. So that's what I hate. When you don't cast it in combat and it doesn't run out during the raid, you're not gonna. Well, maybe it'll show up here. Maybe if they flash late. I don't want to make the noise again. Okay, Supreme Power. So it only shows one person. So 4 on flash too. And I think that Plasma said he flashed as well. So in my GDKPs, I always required people to take a screenshot of their buffs before we started so you could see who actually flashed. Because there's no way to tell in the logs who flashed if it's less than a 2-hour raid and they flashed, you know, out of combat. So I hate that. I really, really hate that. Is what it is though, I guess. So no way to have accountability there from the logs. But besides that, turned out fine. Good kill in the end. How much did it regen from that? So, I mean, there's obviously loss in uptime, but we got it down like, 70, 77, 76, and then it heals back up. Oh no, I'm lying. That's the one before. So heal back up all the way from that. So yeah, when these are too close, it's a big deal. But yeah, just to highlight this again. Fern's a little close here, but doesn't matter when the tank is properly positioned. So then we do the skip. I'm glad we played this safe. I've been baited before where you're like, okay, now's a good time to go. And it's not a good time to go. It looks fine. It looks fine right here where you're like, all right, we can make it. We can make it. And then it was Big Totem, I think. Let's listen.
I think. Or I just missaw through the doorway.
No,
Yep, there it is. There it is. It's going to be somewhat tight, so please just whisk circle.
The one on the right's coming.
Yep, we're back. We're back. I don't like it. We're back. Good call on that. Thank you.
So that was a very good call. That's a disaster waiting to happen right there. I think potentially if everyone is like perfect, you can make it in that window. But why risk full buffs on a good raid that is going great? You're gonna have full 1 hour buffs for this entire raid. There's no reason to rush it by a minute at this point with the pace that we were going. If you have war chiefs that last through Cthulhu, you're a happy boy. That's what it comes down to at this point. No reason to scuff it. So we wait a little bit longer. Everyone hugs the wall properly. I've seen it often where people like run in the middle here and then pull this pack on the side. So everyone does it correctly, hugging the wall. Oh, I have PTSD doing this where there's just some idiots that screw you over. So it's a good feeling that you have a 40-man raid of everyone that does this properly. So last time when this was done, it was exact same position of Koopa having to run up the whole way. He does a good job this time of telling people, like, don't heal me, I have a shield on, I'm going to be okay. So people don't get threat, or healers don't get threat this time and pull. So that was good. So I think it's important. It turned out fine. It's important to mark these mobs quickly. Just as a tank, I didn't know what I was supposed to be on, right? This was the first pack that we're doing, and I wasn't sure if I was supposed to tank the big one as triangle or what. I think that's what I ended up doing. I don't remember what I did on this pack, actually. Is it Stevie Ray was tanking it? Yeah, so Stevie Ray was tanking it because no one else was. So Stevie Ray was a bro there. Poor Provocate, I think, just gets blendered, maybe. Oh, it looks like he blast waved all the bugs. So all the bugs, and maybe like the champion got him too. So we'll take a look at that to see what his actual cause of death was. But yeah, that's on me, right? I didn't know what I was tanking. So I ended up tanking. I marked a Slayer as triangle and was tanking it, got knocked back, and more people didn't die. But quick tank marks on this first pack is really helpful. And that's not on one person, right? Like Koopa's tanking 5 mobs. He can't do that and do the marks at the same time. So just having all the off tanks pick their mob and mark it is definitely the play. So pretty good ID where it's a lot of these Slayers. Loose spread is the name of the game, where they're still stacked enough that you can whirlwind and cleave a lot of them, but at the same time you're not getting hit by all of them at the same time. So that was handled pretty well. And all the casters are doing a good job staying on the other side. I'm not sure what Clev's doing there. Not sure. These mobs don't disorient, right? Like, don't know what he's doing there. Anyway. So yeah, great pace. Like, we're not stopping for full mana. You don't need to for these packs. They burn your mana anyways. A little quick going into this next mob, but I like the enthusiasm. The hunter kept a great pace. If you get a fear right here or a dust cloud, can be a little bit scuffed for sure. So he called for Death Wish here, and we just blow these up. Or I don't know if he called Death Wish, but just like, use cooldowns there. And it died. Alright, so this last week, a couple of people died from this exact pull. This week was better, so let's watch why it's better.
Don't come in and blast wave, outrange all their abilities, their fear, their flay, all that good stuff. You can send your pet and grab this one, actually. If you wrap it around to the right, do Eyes of the Beast, and then wrap it right. Perfect. We got a backup here. Go. There's someone. Okay, guys. You know the drill here. Loose spread. We're keeping them stacked for maximum AoE, but we're not getting bone zoned by 4 spins. Position yourself smartly, melee. Roll greater stone shield. Much better. Much fucking better. Thank you. Like, the head and shoulders better. I'm coming, Ralph. I'll back you up on that. Now you get to the back. Yep. We're fine for it, too. Get it marked for me, please. Skull on the big boy. Taunt. Okay, skull on the big boy's coming in. I'm picking it up. Tank, swap off. Just cleave. Totally fine. And let me get unmarked tank to just back me up on this. Stack them up on the big guy. Melee on the big guy. Tremor totem now. I'm locked into fear. Thank you. Melee. On the big guy. Casters, healers, max range. Bombing flame strike, like I just told you.
Ricky's mind control, shoot me.
Skull's about to die.
Shoot Ricky.
Or rather, Square's about to die. Ease up on DPS. Swap to Skull. Single target. We need to kill Skull, and then we need to AoE these down. DPS, the unmarked. Give love on unmarked. New Skull. Gotta kill these at the same time. Tuna, lip, or blink in.
Focus triangle.
Yep, drag them away. If you see a target on you, please drag it away from the casters.
So, yeah, the fact that this first pack was stacked and we just like absolutely blasted this first pack gave us enough time to set up for the next one. I screwed up where he said to mark the big guy as Skull, and you can see when they're coming in. I'm trying to mark them, and do I do a bad job, and they're like getting overlapped by someone else doing it. And I marked the first one as Skull, which I think threw off DPS, where then they're thinking like, oh, I killed this square first because it was Skull. But yeah, when it's a 4-pack like this, you want all the melee to focus on the big guy first. So big guy needs to die faster. I don't see a lot of melee on that. I see a lot of melee on these other targets. And people get confused, right? They see 1 or 2 tanks on these Mind Slayers, and the melee think that, oh, that's what I should be hitting. But this champion is just not dying fast enough, and the square was definitely focused by too many people. But in general, I mean, it went fine. No one died for it. It was a good, basically, 1.5 double pull if these were, setting a really good pace. And I will say, like, this was, like, 2 seconds away from disaster. You can social pull this pack and this at the same time. If we had had this pack, that pack, and then knowing that other pack came in, it would have been a rough time. But that's just, zero hesitation. As soon as Koopa says, all right, Eyes of the Beast, he's probably, like, looking for it on his spell book. Like, gets it, charges in right away, goes as fast as he can, picks it, comes back, easy kills. So I thought that was a really impressive improvement compared to the previous week where we were just a little bit slower in killing that first pack. So then the second pack was a little tougher. So yeah, just cool to see. Cool to see the improvements as groups go on. And in general, I thought that the polymorphs and stuff were pretty good. Like, mages didn't grief for the rest of the raid after they were yelled at. So they woke up for sure, which is cool. That's what you want to see. So it's like, whoa, we're already done with the Twin M's trash. That was like 0 time. It was like, what, 7 or 8 minutes from the skip to that. So I think that's impressive. Very well done. And yeah, what did we get? So last second we got tangled here, which sucks. So like Koopa calls out, he's like, why didn't you dump your rage? Because if everyone had executed here, this would have died for sure. Why didn't you dump your rage? Anyways, just a 1 second thing, but he's totally right when he says that. Yeah, nicely handled given the chain pull. Happy with that. Stevie Ray? Yeah. You can call out the homies, which is always good, because sometimes you need to call out other people, but you know the homies can take it. So it has a chain effect in that way. And Stevie, he likes to be held accountable, so he doesn't mind getting yelled at, and then he knows that the 5 people that also did it wrong then know to do it properly. So last time for this boss, I shouldn't say waste. I used a FAP and took the blast. Yeah, this aura was good. So last time I took a FAP and took the blast. I wish I could talk. This time I tried to use the Ghetto Threat Trinket just to see how I would do in comparison, and it didn't go as well. So I should have been, like you were calling, on the first one to take the blast. Lots of these guys did. Lots of people listened. They should FAP here. So they're all going to get blasted, right? Like you just FAP and then you don't get blasted here. So a couple people, maybe, I don't know if he resisted it or what, but I'm pretty sure you FAP there, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Or you use PvP trinket. You know it can be sick, PvP trinket. Yeah. And immune to the sweep. Okay. Yeah, good call. I forgot about the lip being immune to the sweep. That's a very good call. Yeah, so last time I used a FAP. This time, I'm worried here. Like, I was so close. Next time I'm not gonna risk it. Or the Ghetto Threat Trinket is not enough. I was testing it, and I have determined I almost died for my my greediness. So then Koopa pops, or the Death Wish was rolling, I guess. Yeah, so climb with Death Wish after. That's the correct play. So a lot of tanks, what they'll do, if they're the first one, shouldn't pop all cooldowns. The first tank you want to have comfy threat, people throttle slightly maybe, and then after you then pop all your cooldowns. Well, he used Slayers. Exactly. Threat cut, then you use trinkets after as the first tank. So you catch back up. So you got Kiss and then pump, yeah. Man, Slayers and Kiss, what a luxury. So I think the call was made to drop Ignite, which was an incorrect call. I understand him being worried, but I'm pretty sure Nugs was on the other side, right? Well, I guess if it had hit, you would have gotten hit here. So that's why he was calling it, since you're on this side. I don't know. But it needs to be 130% more, so it needed a lot more threat to actually catch. Yeah, it hits 20% right before the Sandblast, so it resets and won't do it for the final little bit for its enrage phase. And down she goes. And one thing I'll say too is Koopa does a good job here of being like inside the hitbox. A lot of tanks, they'll do a more wide circle, and then they'll get out of LOS of healers and get like absolutely blasted. So he's like staying close enough where healers don't have to move to heal him. I've seen a lot of times where the tanks that are then tanking in the back, they get owned. So yeah, this is the dream where no one dies and everyone goes to the front. Because I'm pretty sure whoever it's targeting, these guys are like secretly targeting someone, and if that person goes to the door, my understanding is that they immediately come up from the ground. So because whoever it's targeting runs out of the room, then they pop up. Other important thing is off tank is to be on the back left so you don't get parry hasted on the swap. Oh, interesting. You don't want to be standing with the 15 melee yourself. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a really good point. That makes sense also. So it's not just that healers are bad at healing, it's just you get walloped by the parry haste. Yeah, on some bosses I don't really think about parry haste because they don't look like bosses that can parry haste, but just because they don't have arms doesn't mean that they can, you know, they still have the chance to parry haste. So, last chance for people to grief is this fight. No one griefed. All the melee boys did a good job here, so that was good to see. So, I like how Koopa does it, where he charges in. Personally, I do a wide circle because I don't trust people, but you know, he runs right through, which is a good way to do it for sure. And yeah, everyone stacked well. And you blast. And I should have Deathwished even earlier. Like, I don't think Deathwish was fully up. Like, we need to pop Deathwish as soon as we got in. At least for me, my Deathwish was up like the last 5 seconds of the fight, and at that point I wasn't going to do it. I was going to prioritize executes. So I think Tuna said he tried to kill some tentacles and got owned or something. I don't know. He died like right over here, right? Right over here. Yeah, tentacle killed him or something. As DPS goes up, we won't be able to Deathwish at any point in Phase 1. We're hitting that point right now. I would argue, though, if we know that we can one-phase it without Deathwish, as we did, then might as well pop Deathwish at the start so you get through this phase faster. I don't know. I don't know what your thoughts on that are. I guess if you ideally... It's... Yeah, phase 1 is where people die, right? The only thing is that if we pop Deathwish at the start, then when you go down below, you can't have a warrior like destroy it with Deathwish Rack. That's the only thing. But even with just recklessness, like we took care of down below pretty quickly. But yeah, I think that blasting at the start is better. And then even if you don't want to save your cooldowns, because if you die, then you didn't get a chance to pop your cooldowns. So yeah, I think phase 1, just blast it down as fast as possible is probably the play. Sometimes you see people die to these tentacles where, you know, Koopa taunts it and gets it. Before that, it was nice and stunned the whole time. So just like really crisp play the whole night in AQ40. And let's see who is down below at the end. So Topher, he got 9 stacks. He was a little upset here. 2 priests get knocked down and they just run by him and he dies. So I don't think Divine Faith like healed him much, or he died down below, which he was sad about. But I appreciate when people are down for the boys and kill below when it needs to be killed below. But yeah, Stevie I think was down there, right? Maybe not. No. But it was clearly communicated down below, kill it now, and they killed it at the right time. So that was good. And yeah, so you can see Deathwish, we were just barely off, but that proves it, right? If no one has Deathwish up and we still kill this boss, that's the dream. Like we just absolutely pumped. And plenty of time left, 10 seconds left. Like straight pumper group. And fat loot too. So we were rewarded for our efforts for sure. Very comfy AQ. I agree. That's how you want to do it. When you still see War Chiefs at the end, that's a War Chiefs for Veil right there. So lesson learned, you want to click off the Songflower if you want to rebuff Songflower. So that was unfortunate, but yeah, now we'll skip to... Yeah. Click it off, boy. Click it off. Didn't really matter. It turned out just fine, but lesson learned. That was smart to have someone else get the stream up so you can see exactly when to go. And that was really smart to skip this first encounter. I think that was a really good move. It made Vale extra comfy. So really not much to say on this fight. Like, this fight's dumb. It's interesting to me. On Alliance side, the strategy is the four corners, where you just have pump or melee DPS and you instantly kill anything that spawns. On Horde side, you obviously care more about being... Horde side is all more about being placed in a spot and having a location where you kill things because of totems. So that makes sense. And cleave, right? Cleave is stronger on Horde side. So for all those reasons, they more often are likely to do the ramp strat, where you just stay on one side. So as always, I just like to comment on the interesting, like, reasons behind why Horde or Alliance do the plays they do, and why I often am wrong on Horde side on decisions, because, you know, it's just different. So here we were trying to get some debuffs on the boss, and it was called that he's going to drop it. You need to wait 3 seconds when this drop goes out. Fortunately, I got a Sunder and some other people got a Sunders on, but one, I mean, that's just instant. You got to wait like 5 seconds or 3 seconds. It's not going to kill anyone in that time. I prefer the four corner myself, but it's just kind of boomer low effort. I agree. I completely agree. I mean, it's sleeper. Like, the first phase of this is pure sleeper. You can have 5 people AFK, and no one's going to die either way. It literally makes no difference, so might as well just go low effort. It's a GDKP after all. Just pump the AQ40. It's kind of like a nice, relaxing time where you're like warming back up, starting to press buttons again, remember what we're doing, and things just die. So I see some people pop Death Wish on this boss. I asked beforehand, I'm like, we're not waiting for Death Wish, right? And of course we're not waiting for Death Wish. That's cringe. So probably don't want to pop Death Wish on first boss. Probably want to wait till Vale if you pop Death Wish here. Excuse me. So in we go, getting all set. Gonna have, like, the timer is just so perfect. The timer is absolutely perfect to have a great opener. So as I mentioned in the Alliance one that I just looked, see how he pops Death Wish beforehand and pops cooldowns to do maximum damage at the start? You have to trust your healers on this fight, and even Mighty Rages, like, full balls to the walls so that you can have people pump. I know it's more extreme on Horde side where you're more worried about threat, so you want that more. But like, pump or threat, so that gives everyone the ability to just mash their buttons. So mash your buttons and you kill stuff. It's pretty great. So here was a little weird, right? Not sure exactly. Let's listen to comms here.
Charge, you're peeking. Why? LOS. Do what I say. Peel, melee, peel. Turn it away. Cool down now. That skull, I've got it. New skull, guys. Drag him into the hallway. I need assist, actually. I can't fucking mark skull.
I got you.
Peel, melee, peel. Melee, know your assignment and turn these away. No casting. LOS tight. Charge, you're peeking. Why? LOS. Do what I say. Peel, melee, peel. Turn it away. Cool down now. That skull, I've got it. New skull, guys. Drag him into the hallway. I need assist, actually. I can't fucking mark skull.
I got you.
Okay, FD that. You already did. Perfect. That if you don't have assist, need the caster boys turned away immediately. So this skull, and there is another caster boy back there. I still don't have assist. Going in on 1. Labyrinth, I need you to pull. 3, 2, 1. Labyrinth pull. I'm turning skull away. Turn X away ASAP. X away, X away. Best to intercept in like that and turn it next time. Okay, Captain's gotta go. You're gonna kill us, dude.
It's on me, bro.
Distracting shot. Who's trying to tank it? Why, dude? It's always Kite. Drag it back. Where the fuck are you going? FD it. FD it. He's already griefed us. FD, 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 FD. If it has a diamond, that doesn't mean just blindly tank it. You have to think about what we're doing.
Yeah, so, I mean, what he's just said there is directly, it's exactly what happened, right? Like, people see their mark and they get confused sometimes. I didn't have a mark, so I just, you know, took an unmarked one. Yeah, so the number one issue right here is that a lot of the tanks had left for Songflower, so we didn't have our ability to mark this pack with our things. I mean, Koopa couldn't mark either. So we're just all kind of sitting on our hands like, we have this buff burning. Ideally, you want to kill both these packs with the buff. So Turbo just died because a crazy amount of damage is going out. So to Koopa's point, I'll just show this again. Part of it was LOS, right? Like, there should be maybe some healers moving over a little bit more. But if you have this effect on for long, wow, he got so low. That's crazy how much he got chunked. I just keep showing the same because the damage is insane. Boom, boom, boom. That must have been some nature swiftness to keep you alive. Like, healers giving you some love. Captain always buffs these mobs so he gets out ASAP. Last stand as well. Gotcha, yeah. I didn't know if I realized that. The captains did a buff to the other mobs. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah. We handled that one okay. Just say it again. Any magic defect puts a reflect shield. Okay. Good to know. And you get increased fire damage debuff not getting dispelled. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So, again, on kill yourself with Wind Fury proc. Yikes. So yeah, that's definitely more of a problem on Horde side. We're starting to get the point in Phase 7 where we don't care about the captain. We tank it in the group. But it's a big difference on Alliance side how all paladins can also dispel magic effects. I guess maybe you can do some grounding plays, I don't know. But the fact that both paladins and priests can dispel magic effects makes it a different dynamic. Now that being said, we still did lose Valoric the other day where, you know, if tanks don't get dispelled with the magic effect, they're going to die. So poor Turbo there. Yeah, just showing it one more time because it's just funky. And whoever picked up X did a great job facing it away quickly. We're more reliant on hibernates a lot of the times too, so the fact that there's no hibernates, that's also part of the factor of why there's such a damage output, because, you know, they do a blast wave or whatever. So it's just a lot of damage. It's impressive more people didn't die there, to be honest. Ideally, X tanks intercepts flips instantly. True, very true. Yeah, that's something that some warriors really struggle with, where they like try and charge before initial threat has happened, and then they get hit by everything and die. And you want it like where you called, where Hunter pulls, so every mob is targeted, then has the Hunter targeted, and then you do the charge, then you do the intercept, so that you don't get one shot. I think the number one case of that I see in Nax is on the monstrosity packs, where you have a warrior that runs in and just gets absolutely turbo blasted by everything. Like a DPS warrior. I should have been more on point and just slept the fireballing Wormkin while things are settling. Yeah, I mean, Plasma, your job is Fairy Fire. So as long as you're doing Fairy Fire, man, let the other druids do that. You know what I mean? Like, don't be so harsh on yourself when there's 3 druids in the raid, alright? Like, it's a luxury that there's 3 druids. You don't have to do everything. He is the best Fairy Fire. Exactly. Gotta have priorities. Epic had my back on Fairy Fires. Nice. That's good to hear. We've had a little problems in our raids lately where we gotta call Fairy Fire too much. So rogues were definitely griefing a little bit on suppression room. Wait, let's see. So the key if rogues are griefing is you watch the energy meters, right? If rogues are using energy, they are not doing suppression room right. And here I see all 4 rogues that are using energy. So that to me says that rogues are griefing. So how does Q die here? He dies like right over here. So this got scuffed. This got scuffed. Let's just play this.
But just pick one. Actually, guys, start moving up. Healer's top of the ramp. Melee, burn this one before the next flame strike goes off. Just cleaving Taskmasters. They're in now. Look, I need you to just watch the traps either on the raid or forward. Either's good. Yeah, but just pick one. Actually, guys, start moving up. Healer's top of the ramp. Melee, burn this one before the next flame strike goes off. Just cleaving Taskmasters. They're in now. New skulls marked. Melee, we are fighting here, so don't just blindly run forward. We do have mobs to kill. Taskmasters back here. Keep dragging, though. Stevie Ray, you gotta drag. You're just standing still. Okay. Traps down. Going into this one. Gonna pull it immediately before it crosses the other. Perfect. Into the cubby, guys. Make sure we're not getting flame striked. Try to beat them to whatever capacity we can. Next one, pull it now. Walk up into it. In. Grabbing next one in 3, 2 now. Letting it come in and DPS on it quick. Beat the flame strike. Pulling next one in 3, 2 now. Beat it. Perfect. Okay, guys, full rage here. Good job, rogues. You're killing it. Do we have a BR for him? Where do you die?
At the corner right behind us.
Okay, let's go get him. Go get him. Nope. Epic's getting him right now. Heal up. Okay, guys. You stop aggroing shit. Let's wrap around the corner. Do you got him? Or do you need us to come get mobs?
Where is he?
He's against the far wall.
I'm sorry. That's not very helpful, so we're just going to leave him. Yep, going on.
Oh, I see him.
Moving on.
Alright, get these whelps off me.
Hey.
How is Prov dead?
People moving forward, there's people going back. What do we do?
I know, guys, we're battle resing in the back. Did you get him? Perfect. Where's Prov? Res him. Battle res him right now. He's in range. Move around the corner. Yeah, we don't need the battle reses in BWL. The fact anyone's dying is already a huge misplay on your behalf. So around the corner, hug the wall, do not peek.
Yeah, so it's a little hard to tell how Queb died. He must have gotten hit out of stealth here. So he did the right play here, where he's the one that's moving in front. No one else is going in front of the raid, right? So he sees all these traps up, and he got that one, and he's running up to this other one. I'm not sure how he gets hit out of stealth here, but somehow he gets hit out of stealth. And then, so, to be fair, a healer could save him here, right? So if a healer was really paying attention, he like slowly comes back, but doesn't make it all the way back. So if a healer really cared about Queb, they would have saved him there. Those tasks killed him. Yeah, exactly. It was definitely the task right here killed him. But I don't know how he got... See, he got this one in stealth, and I don't know how this one hit him, right? Like, I guess this one hit him out of stealth. It's strange. It's strange that he dies. Couldn't he just distract him if they were getting close? Yeah, I mean, yes. And call for Hunter to pull. Yes. Yeah, you're totally right. So, or like, you know, say I'm dead. I don't know. It got weird. So then you heard you ask where did Queb die? Because I asked. I was like, do we want to B-res Queb? And you go, where did he die? And someone says around the corner. So that makes all the healers think that it's in this corner is where he died, not against the wall. Exactly. The first person to say it was around the corner, and then second person to say it was against the wall. Like, not clear at all. So, yeah, unfortunate. But we're surrounded by walls. Yeah. And then how does Provocate die here? So it's as people are using their as healers are like having their brain slowly cog and figure things out. I don't know. So we pull this. Yeah, AoE whelps too early. Like this is a lot of whelps. This is a lot of whelps. So I think he did a flame strike there maybe, or a blast wave, or arcane. He just too early. We have a lot of warriors in this room. Let the warriors do the hard work. Let the warriors hit stuff first, and don't stress yourself in this room. To be fair, I think he had already lost buffs in AQ40, right? So he just cared a little less. Alright, sad times. Get ready for sadness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. So, I mean, this is instant death, basically. And you have last stand on cooldown because you had to use it before to save your life last time. Casters shouldn't be right under the hatcher. Yeah, exactly. You can max range and not take a lot of damage. So, no last stands, rushed healers. They are moving as well. Yeah. Yeah, no shield, you're right. I think, let's see. I don't want to credit myself. Who was the dude that at least demoed? So let's take a look right here real quick. I don't want to pat myself on the back too much. No, wasn't me. I didn't do the demo. Who did the demo? Who got your back? Good old Thumpa. Nice. And charge. So the boys tries to help you out. I do the second one. But yeah, now let's check heals. I mean, you didn't get any heals, I guess, right? So Cass. Somebody did have time to start casting, so they should have been doing a shield instead. Yeah. Or like you said, nature spirit. So Epic, like you said, Epic's been good about the fairy fire. That's a rat play right there. That's a rat play. Warlock life taps, and immediately a healer sees an empty mana bar. That's why I hate Warlocks. Right here. This is why I hate Warlocks. Let's see. Anyone else start casting? So, he doesn't know triage yet. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not trying to call anyone out. So to be honest, like I'm not going to call out the healer. I'm going to call out the fact why I hate Warlocks, because healers see empty mana bars or empty health bars and they think, "Oh, this is the person I need to heal." When you let the Warlock die, you do not care about Warlocks. I have a deep hatred for Warlocks. I'm not sure why Nugs casts Counterspell. I don't think you can Counterspell this boss. But yeah, basically no. So that is one thing on Horde side, right? Is that shamans are using globals for they're using globals for totems. So that is another factor of why a lot of times tanks are a little less loved, I guess you could say. So did Koopa already die at this point? Yeah, I think he's already dead. Cast Sunder. I don't see any more casts from Koopa, so yeah, I mean, no one's really casting a heal on you. No, still going. Still going. So we're 6 seconds in, still nothing. But I don't see any casts happening on you. Begins to cast heal, so I'm assuming Fern was doing it. And that's when the death happened. Let's see deaths. 7 seconds. 7.7. Fern was the only one. Rip. So begins casting chain heal. Maybe that was as well. So Shakya was at least doing a chain heal. Sad times. So who is close? Was anyone close to reacting? So Shock Monster was close. Got the Nature Swiftness off 0.4 seconds after. So 1 global later. Shock Monster almost did it. But yeah, sad times. I've been there, man. It sucks. I think you did a good job of, you know, keeping the raid moving. It's definitely... You see the look right there, you know? Says it all when you lose your buffs. It just is not fun. Brutal moment. But yeah, didn't honestly make a huge difference in terms of the overall speed. Just had to readjust the hat. Yeah. Yeah, good job keeping raid moving, and you know, there's a noticeable change in my raid and in Shard's voice when he dies or he gets tilted. Like, he's monotone to begin with, but the monotone loses any life left in it. And people feel that, right? And as long as you can keep the pace moving, and it's just BWL, so things will get done. This raid will end. The pain will not last forever. So, yeah, I thought it was a good job of turning into a little bit more of a educational focus too, right? Is you had a chance then for an off tank to step up and do a good job, which is always really important. I know that you've talked about you would like at some point to bring your DPS warrior in, right? So when you lose buffs like this, it's a good chance for other people to show you their ability and, you know, just step up. So some positives for sure out of negatives is to show that the raid is capable and, you know, can take a little bit of the weight off your shoulders, I guess, in some sense, where it's like, all right, let the raid carry me because I can't carry them kind of thing. So yeah, learning the polar strat of these still with mages who are bringing everything back, stacking them all upright. I think some people die here on this pull. Let's see what happens.
There's going to be Glenn. Need you up here in the doorway, ready to peel, like before they even get here, like right here. Yep, go now. Sends. Frost trap down in the doorway, please. Burrs, that's you. He's doing many other things.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you. Okay, guys, back. I don't need every melee watching the fucking show. This isn't TV. This is a game. You have an active role to get the fuck away. Bomb melee. Or mages bomb. Mages bomb. You're going to get us killed. Who is pressing their fucking spells and getting the tech packs aggro to our corner? Kill X in the doorway.
The overseer in that spot was kind of throwing me off. Like, he cleaves.
Yeah, we need everything. The peelers are peeled to the left into the nest area. The techs are peeled to the right and AoE'd in the doorway. Every time, every week.
Okay, yeah. So interesting that you say that, Koopa, because in my opinion, I'm down for like deep frost traps. So you see, it's like back up half. So he puts it like right here. I advocate for hunters to put it even deeper, where it's like super deep. So then that gives a lot of time for all these techies to clump up better. I'm curious, you would want it like right in the door is what you're saying, which is interesting. Personally, yeah. There's different ways to do it, right? There's no perfect formula. Like sometimes things go wrong, but like you're saying here, the square mob, it's brought like through the group right here. It's not given the ability to not cleave. The longer it takes to get to the doorway, the more healer aggro is going to be built on them. Okay, that's a very valid point. So once again, and they aren't going to be left to the mages. That's a very good point. So once again, that just shows the difference between the Horde and Alliance, right? On Alliance, you have a mage that takes off Salvation, so they're the only person in the raid. They're like a glorified tank at that point. So they do one Blast Slave, one Arcane Explosion, and they instantly have everything. So I'm glad you're explaining that. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's such a luxury, man. Such a luxury. So, interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That makes a lot more sense. And you want to stack these better, right? Like some melee here, let the tanks do tank things, let the melee stay back. Like, you explain that we bring them out to the side, so the melee don't need to be so far up where they're getting hit. And like you're saying too, the position of the mages needs to be more to the side. They're stacking all on top of the healers. So not only are the healers getting hit by the dynamite, but it's a higher chance of the rain of fire happening on them, is my understanding. My tanking was really bad because of how poor the initial pull went. Well, you also don't have buffs, so. And you're explaining to the raid, so you definitely get a pass. But only one person died. I mean, that could have been a lot worse. But yeah, these packs on Alliance, comfy. I showed earlier Hetfield's point of view. He's one of our really strong players, and when he tanks these techies, like, no damage goes out on the raid. It's incredible what happens when you do this pull perfectly. Okay, so Fire Maw time. You're like, are we ready? Are we ready? And it's like, all right, we're ready. Let's do this. Healers get to the correct spot, coming around the corner. I've seen it before where, like, right here. This is danger zone. So on Alliance side, you have a Paladin that can just go in the middle of the room and use a bubble so that they get to have 100% uptime on healing. But, yeah, healers got to give you love right here when it comes to, not dying. Seen it a lot. Right here, like, fortunately, you didn't take much damage. And Fern did a good job there. So it looks like Fern came in the door to help out. So Fern adjusts here, moves closer, gets a quick heal off. So that was a good play by Fern. Yeah, Shock Monster as well. So Shock Monster comes and does the same. Comes in and takes care. Especially because, you have Deathwish up. Good to see. You use Stone Shields very liberally, which is the play. Stone Shields are like the #1 hack that most tanks don't understand. Just how powerful they are. Well, not most tanks. There's some ignorant tanks that don't understand Stone Shields. I'll just leave it at that. And so that was a late... Okay, so never mind. Thumpa had really... Yeah, we'll play it. We'll play it.
Hey, Thumpa, you know what you're doing here?
Yep. We can buff it like at 2 seconds.
Yep.
On it.
It's coming in 5. I'll hit escape too.
Taunting now.
Hit it now. Yep. Hey, we taunt it. Hey, we taunt it. Hey, we taunt it. Hit your fucking spells, dude. Gotta come sooner too. I got it.
I was trying to mock him though.
Yeah, it's too greedy. Can't do it with no Fury Prot or with Fury Prot.
Yeah. Forgot about anger management.
Okay, Wing Buffet, come in now. Taunt it now. I'll just hit escape. Okay, AoE taunt it.
Already use it.
Okay. Let's try the mocking here. It's about to come right after this. Perfect. He's going to follow you, but I'm going to taunt him. Got it. Okay, finish it here. Don't die to the tick.
So that was really good tanking in terms of communication and, saying what you're going to do before you do it. The one thing I'll say is, so he says, yeah, so I come in at 2 seconds. And my argument would be, I like to come in at like 8 seconds, right? So if you come in at 8 seconds, you can get a taunt off. And if it resists, then you still have another chance. But as a Fury Prot tank, if you come in at like 3 or 4 seconds and it resists, you're kind of screwing yourself, right? You're making it so that there's no play for you to make. And you see he tries to come in and does the mocking here, but he just can't get the rage in time because he has a shield. So when he has a shield, he's struggling for threat, tries to get it, and it's just too late because, once again, he just can't get the rage in time. So my argument would be you come in now, and healers are going to keep you alive. And a pumper raid like this, less concern, basically. So then on the second one, he already had used his AoE shout. So the poor man got super unlucky, and really not much you can do. So close too. He's casting Shadow Flame. Yeah, that was so close. The timing was almost perfectly bad. Taunted at mid-cast to save the raid from the wipe. Yeah, it was so close. Oh, trust me, I know. I noticed. You can probably see me running out. Like, I get out as soon as I see this happening. It worked out. So, I was clenching. Once again, I'm being a rat. Like, my DPS output definitely could be better. I could be a lot riskier, but I just wanted to last the whole raid with buffs. So unfortunately I didn't. What can you do? I think you still have fire resist on this, right? Yeah, I don't think you swapped gear, so not a big deal, but just something to mention. Yeah, still wearing fire resist. Wrong set. I got to Chromag, so we'll get to Chromag shortly. Koopa, or sorry, not Koopa. Stevie and Stevie Ray and myself had an unfortunate time on Chromag, but yeah, good enough. I completely agree. Zero complaints on my end. I had a really good time yesterday. So I like that we skipped this pack, and I like that no one pulls this pack. But I've seen people pull this pack before, and it scares me so much. So fortunately, the raid group is good enough to not. I really like these pulls. We may start doing the same with Pally Bubble, since we often don't have frost mages, or like deep frost mages, I should say. When it goes well, it goes great. And you can see there's a fair amount of dynamite and stuff going in. And yeah, just insta melts. It's pretty great. So ideally you'd want to bring these mobs a little closer together. Like you always want to try and come to the marker as an off tank if you can. It's tough with these mobs since they don't move like at all when they're casting. They're a pain, but our cleave could improve a little bit. So again, really good pull. People properly stayed back. Just had to spurget them a little bit to back up, and they listen eventually. But yeah, insta melt. Like already all dead. That's how you like to do techies. So this was nice. Stacked well. It's always confusing too. I'll check after this to see how many times Warlocks used Hellfire. Or sorry, not Hellfire, Rain of Fire. Sometimes you think that you're standing on top of fire, and it's just the Warlocks that are trolling. That's why you got to get GTFO. Good point. That's a good point. Yeah, I had GTFO. I don't know if I have it on right now. If you hear the beep, it's bad. Gotcha. Okay, that's good feedback. Thanks for letting me know that. Because again, I play in def mode. So how did Izza die here? Just got insta-bombed? Kind of looks like it was, I don't know. Yeah, okay, it was the techies. Went for big dick explosions. Might as well. We're almost to the end of the raid at this point. Rather than ranged flame strike. Yeah, makes sense. It happens. So this one, polars had to come in. They all hit their different mobs. But the techies are just super spread out with the way this pull develops, so not the end of the world. When it's one or two techies, they don't do much damage. At this point, we're just feeling ourselves. I just want to do damage. The struggle. Techie packs are fun for mages, right? Like, it's all about getting, how close can you get to the sun without getting burnt? So yeah, then at the end it was a good collection by the mage tank. Sins did a good job at it. So yes, pretty smooth techies. And like you're saying, Koopa, I mean, it's still education mode, right? Like these can go faster, and people will learn the proper way to do it. So it's just a learning process. So it's always awesome when you can stack 2 of these. You feel the cleave. And it was good overlap taunts. You could see Izumu absolutely pumping here, doing big damage. But the taunt saved it. The troll animations are just so cool. I love them. Stuff just melts. So I like that this group runs up. I love my troll gal. Yeah, it's just so cool. Handing out a gift of Arthas, nice. Gift of Arthas, OP. And this felt like a comfy fight. I think maybe one person gets blasted here. We'll see. But most casters are doing okay. It looked like a hunter's off here. I think they might get blasted. But most casters understand that you got to be, a Labyrinth gets blasted. '16's cast, 50% crit. You love it. So yeah, Labyrinth was like, you can see where like the line is right here. You want to be on this like indivisible line, and Labyrinth is, you can see the hunter over here somewhere. So yeah, it was super comfy, and he did a good job where like, okay, did he taunt there? Yeah, he taunts it off you. I think he just pulls with... No, he taunts. So yeah, it was just super comfy. To be fair, I wasn't watching my threat, so I need to be more careful. When one of the 2 tanks doesn't have buffs anymore, I need to not be so dumb. I was zugging. And that's just because I trust you guys, right? Like, I'm not really looking at my threat meter, which is not smart. But when I look back at this, that's why I like looking back. I got close a couple times. Let plasma parse. Yeah, normally it's a Zug Fest, exactly. Because you're just swapping off the threat between the 2 of you. But yeah, very nicely done. On both these bosses. I mean, it just felt good. So I think, does he get knocked back here? I don't remember. Or maybe, but then you taunted off him. Let's play this.
I disabled it during double Drake.
Yeah. 6, 5.
Okay. Taunting now. Resisted. AoE taunting. He's going to chase. Right when I get punted, I want you to... It was single target. Taunt, 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 taunt. Oh, nice, dude. Yes.
That's right. So that's what happened. So that was beautiful. Once again, just clear communication and... I mean, very clear communication considering you don't even have the wing buff timer. Like, it was just perfect. So, let's see though. So, people learned the mistake from the first time. Hunter got more behind and easy peasy. Yeah, that just felt super comfy. So at this point, I was feeling myself. After those 2 Drakes, I did good damage on both those Drakes, and I was just like, I'm pumping. I'm pumping. And then we get owned here. So we'll just see what happens.
There's good. Right there. Yeah. Arcane Bone.
Ideally, you need to be parallel flush with 2 pillars.
And Melee, you can big hitbox, so you can DPS on circle, and it's less run out. Out now.
I consider him bad.
You got that right, Lat? Or is that me?
We need some chain heals to the back. Just one chain healer. A couple melee got hit. Mud sticker. Okay.
My glass didn't go off or whatever. Sand.
It's all good. Second breath coming in 4. Second breath coming now. Out now. Time lapse back in if you don't want to get killed. Ooh, Stevie. D. I'm sorry. I did something dumb.
Yeah,
Oh.
I didn't react.
Yeah. I ran back in.
Yeah, I tried to as well. I just missed it. Got stuck in the corner.
If you could, Thumpa, just try to pull him out of the wall.
So yeah, just unfortunate Zug mode. I definitely had time to lip. Stevie Ray used Mighty, so he literally had no chance, but I was just late on lipping. I was just so not used to tanking something. It's a foreign experience whenever my Orc Rogue is tanking or my Orc Warrior is tanking a boss. It just doesn't feel right. Yeah, great start to Chromag though. That would have been funny. I mean, at this point, right? Like, your time to shine had passed. But I mean, I've seen it before where it's time lapse and it runs out because it's casters that have next highest threat. So, yeah, I wasn't feeling too scared either because I saw some other people up top. But then I run back in. Or no, sorry, I forget. But yeah, sad times. Not the end of the world though. Like was said, one boss left, not a big deal. My boss lasted a lot longer than other people. Yeah, lip ready, exactly. I can't remember, there was some shenanigan that happened here. Can't remember what. Obviously, like, this is just boring, getting past that. So no one died to the Neff Flame. That's always impressive. So that's right. This almost went scary here. Thunder Fury, go burr. You demo shout and scary times. Just trying to be a good boy with the demo shout, and sometimes it gets you. But his threat was great, so he's just absolutely destroying. And then I think there was like an issue with Tremor here, right? Let's just listen in.
And if you're wrecked on Veil, it should be back up for this
I'm
too.
getting healed by Priest.
Who's griefing?
We got a Deathwish now? Feels like it.
Send now.
Yep.
Right now.
Ooh, Rogue Call right on top of that. Sag.
Get on.
Right at 20%. Orc Racial if you haven't already. And wreck now. Wreck now. Watch the front.
I'm not going to get that one up.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Holy fucking Ricky the God, dude. Thank you for not wiping the raid. Wreck now. Watch the front.
I'm not going to get that one up.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Holy fucking Ricky the God, dude. Thank you for not wiping the raid.
Skelly's coming.
Yeah, I was so scared during that time. Scary moment. So you're right. So it's the tremor. He's tremoring behind this wall right here. And by moving it to the other side, it outranges it. So I just got to be a little aware that, like, you already killed all the rogues. Don't worry about flipping it. So then Ricky, yeah, so Ricky immediately, he gets it and starts turning it. He doesn't go full Zug Brain and, like, run away or do weird things. So Ricky made the right play there. And I guess, as I'm just watching this again, so Ricky probably, I don't know if it's always hard to say Horde side if you Zerker it or if you got tremored, but whatever happened, he got out of the fear and moved. Tell rogues to wear capes and pop evasion, yeah. Sometimes you just get unlucky with the calls. So Hunter call at the last second and Dunzo. So yeah, really good raids, fun times. I thought that the looting went a lot better or like the loot mastering, whatever you want to call it, the payout process, I guess that's the more correct word. Payout process went a lot better, where it was, you know, like a lot of loot to get through. It only took like 20 minutes, if that. So it's cool to see, you know, things coming together more. Really back-to-back weeks of very good Thursday raids. So just checking a couple things. How are Sunders? Always got to check the Sunders. Yeah, cool to hear that my recommendations were helpful. One thing, I don't know. Everyone does it differently. My recommendation, if you want to speed up the payout process, is that you have people in each group that you trust to have an add-on that, like, you know, announces who they're paying. Like you have that GoGo Loot, or GoGo Loot announces who you're paying. What I always did in my raids was a group system. So each group pays out 5 other people or 4 other people. So you are, you know, it's kind of twofold where it saves time, but it also shows that you trust these people in the different groups. So like I'd mess with the groups as we're like starting to bid stuff off, and I would put the first person in every group as someone I trust, and I would mark them. And it's more difficult because you have a tiered payout process, right, where there's 2 different kinds. So maybe it wouldn't work for this. Probably wouldn't work for this. But my system was always like healers and tanks got paid 1 cut and everyone else got paid another cut. So I guess it was kind of the same in that way, right? It was like 18 people getting 1 amount and 22 people getting a different amount. So anyways, you mark 1 person in each group for the different like kinds of groups, right? So you'd organize like groups 1 through 4 is social and trial, and group 5 through 8 is all of the raiders. And then you put 1 person in each group, you multiply it times 5, they pay out their group, and it just saves some time with the Congo line. And then you don't have to worry about like kicking individual people out after they get paid. I don't know, just an idea. Definitely don't take all my ideas, but I'm glad that some of them have been helpful for you. As I said before, my thought process with everything is about automation. Automation and process. But yeah, as long people are figuring out the process and the automation that you're using is working, so that's great. I also think that 20-mans are a good time to like test things more. I would not like rock the boat as much in 40-mans, and then in 20-mans I would be a little bit more innovative or try different things. And that's, you know, like a smaller group, less mistakes can be made. You're bidding on less stuff typically. Just, you know, in my experience, we use 20-mans as just like practice raids, right? That's where you can just, you know, not only for like loot, but for like tanks, you try out new tanks, you try new people in 20-mans. 20-mans for me are like a really big deal in terms of creating a more desired rating experience, I guess. So yeah, anyways, just getting back to the logs real quick. Almost done. Gonna end this review in a couple minutes, but yeah, not too much exciting more things to talk about, but appreciate you guys coming in and chatting. Like I said, it's helpful to hear from other people's perspectives of why people do things, and yeah, just good to see you guys. So Koopa the Sunder God. Oh, this is a bit of a rat. Shreds wasn't in here at all, so Shreds doesn't count. If I beat Stevie Ray, I'm happy, and that's decent uptime. Middle of the pack rat, exactly. That's all I can hope for, man. We make that joke all the time. One of our warriors, Tuna, is like one of the consistent top warriors when it comes to... So I only care about trash and encounters. I don't care at all about encounters. He always is like one of the top people at trash and encounters, and he jokes that in his raid in Classic, phase 1 through 6, he was always a middle of the pack warrior. So that's a meme that we always say is totally comfy to be middle of the pack. That's a spot that I'm okay with being. So yeah, how about Death Wishes? Death Wish is a little deceiving sometimes because just because you pop it a lot doesn't mean you're using it optimally. It's really interesting to have the Hive Mind Death Wish weak aura, where there's some people who just are popping it at inopportune times, and you realize who not to trust with the like timer and who to trust. Like when they pop Death Wish, like when Stevie Ray pops Death Wish, I'm popping Death Wish. Same with Ultralight. Like Ultralight is a very good player. So yeah, just interesting to note those kind of things. So how about in BWL? Well, and demo. Who demoed? Did the off tanks take care? Yeah, boy. I mean, I'm totally just. So this is the point of the review where I call it Sid, sucking my own dick, basically. Yeah, boy. But Charge Release, I know he has improved demo, so honestly, maybe I should demo less, because if Charge Release sees demo up, he's like, oh, I don't have to do it, when it's most optimal if Charge Release is the one to do it. And I do not want to go improve demo. So, anyways, Sunders and that kind of stuff in here. So one thing I was really bad at as I just start reflecting, I was a rat here, total rat. Even with Stevie Ray, I'll take it. Good uptime. These guys had great uptime, Turbo and Sarko. And Ricky too. I mean, when they used Sunder, it was optimal. So very nice from Thumpa. Ultralight, very nice from Ultralight. And that's how it should be, right? Like, I know Ultralight's still very under-geared. So one thing I do want to go back on is, what did the... I know one Warlock was super geared, but it also makes sense that the mages were struggling, because I know the other Warlock was a little lacking on their Shadow Resist set, so I did want to take a look at that. Can't wait for Pale V2. I agree. Like, Pale is putting up amazing numbers considering this gear. It's like... It's depressing for me. I'm like, don't beat me, Pale. Okay, so South, Shadow Resist Helm, nice. That's a good necklace. Yeah, it's. I think I really like it when tanks play healers, because they know how to actually heal. When DPS warriors play healers, I think it's a little less optimal. Like, she's a gamer and she does fine on her priests, but I do think that an optimal situation for Rampage will be getting her back to her comfort zone of being on a DPS warrior. So one thing I notice on Horde side is that a lot of people need ZG idols. So like a ZG idol on this would help. You got more spell damage, you got more stamina. Get stamina on the boots. So in general, this you want to have shadow damage on this. Good cloak. Ain't gonna happen with Seth. Gotcha. Well, maybe. Gotcha. Well, at least you have 2 Warlock tanks. I'll say that. It's functional. But all I'm noticing here is, same as you see a lot of times on Saffron, where people are like, "Oh, I only wear this on one fight. I don't need to enchant it." And that's like the exact opposite, where it's like, no, because you're wearing it for this one fight, you need to make sure it's optimal, because you fill a really important role, right? So, yeah. And I don't know if I'd have in. I'd probably have stamp. Well, never mind. It's got holes. Exactly. I mean, good chest, I guess. I don't know. I don't know Warlock itemization that well. But I just see some things that are questionable. Whereas, you know, Forend, he had full buffs, full consumes up. The dude was absolutely pumping on his side. So yeah, I've heard Koopa talk before about the argument between stamina and intellect on items for Warlocks. And, I mean, I would say get stamina. The gearing is totally fine for new Warlock, just need enchants. Exactly, yeah. So, do I still have it up? He's not in this raid. Just to tell you ongoing drama on Alliance side. I just have to keep shaming this guy with the hope that someday things will change. But this guy is the next person getting Atiesh on Alliance side. Can I zoom in? Yeah. So I have to shame Blurgy every chance I get. This guy is getting splinters. 5 frost resists, 0 enchant, 0 enchant, and these other enchants were given to him. So got 3 enchants there. Still in AQ40 he only has 2 trinkets. He has the Rune of the Dawn and this trinket. So in like MC, BWL, AQ40, he's using an undead trinket and no spell on the the weapon. So like I said, we shame him every chance that we get in the hopes that there may be change someday. But it's just unfortunate on the Alliance side that someone like that is... I understand, right? Like, gotta be careful with my words here. Loot masters are valuable. Coddle your loot master. But don't coddle them so much that they are completely useless. I think on Horde side, it's like Izza has multiple characters and, you know, you'll be willing to swap between what's good. It's not like... He's saving a Ren head. At least he could do his Eye of the Beast. Exactly. Or just do Ubers and get like the other on use trinket. Like even if I don't know. You're right. You're totally right. That's what I've made that point multiple times. Just do a lower Blackrock Spire and do an upper Blackrock Spire. Yeah, toe up or there's so many options. He doesn't go to BWL or MC. He only goes to their Nax. Sometimes he goes to their AQ40. But anyways, this is just me being toxic at this point. Like I said, when I do VOD reviews, the sewage tends to just leak out sides of me. So appreciate you guys tuning in. I'm sad I got to pick up my brother from the airport. I'm not sure if I'm going to get him in time to make the 20-mans tonight. Unfortunate. Would love to make it if I can. We'll see what happens. I'd imagine it fills up before I get back. So is what it is. But hope you guys have a good Friday night. Happy Friday. See you guys around. Have a good day.